Good afternoon, friends. I guess we need to start right away if we have to stick to the time schedule. Therefore, may I invite the speakers and the commentators to come onto the dais, if you wish. We have, sorry, will some, yeah, you will be introduced.
Welcome back. Here we commence the afternoon session of the second day of the conference. The session titled Employment and Gender is chaired by Dr. A.V. Jose. He is a visiting faculty member at CDS and former economist at International Labour Organization. The session features three papers. The first paper titled Financial Development, Household Indebtedness and Women's Labour, Reflection from an Inquiry is authored by Professor Tara Nair. Professor Tara Nair is director at Work, Fair and Free Foundation and former professor at GIDA Ahmedabad. The discussant for this paper is Dr. Rachel Simon. Dr. Rachel Simon is an associate professor at University of Auckland. We welcome Professor Tara Nair and Dr. Rachel Simon to the stage. The second paper titled Rising Aspiration, Stagnant Opportunities, Limited Agency, Women in Labour Market 1983-2023 is authored by Professor J. Thomas. Professor J. Thomas is Professor of Economics at Department of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Delhi. The discussant for the session is Professor Vinod Abraham. Professor Vinod Abraham is a professor at CDS. We welcome Professor J. Thomas and Professor Vinod Abraham to the stage. The third paper titled Unpacking Women's Labour Force Participation and Future of Work is authored by Professor Binita Thampi. Professor Binita V. Thampi is professor at Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Madras. The discussant for this session is Professor Praveena Kaudath. Praveena Kaudath is a professor at Center for Development Studies. We welcome Professor Binita V. Thampi and Professor Praveena Kaudath to the stage. The session is planned from 2 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. with a 10-minute question-answer session at the end. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. Let's start. We need to stick to a very rigid time schedule. Therefore, as the chairperson of this session, what I can do is to keep quiet and resist all temptation to intervene in discussions on an extremely fascinating set of issues. And I will try to give you time at the end for making your points if we have any time left. But before that, we'll make sure that the proceedings are conducted according to the time schedule given here. The paper presenters will have 15 minutes. The commentators, discussants will have exactly 5 minutes. And at the end of that, we will have 10 minutes if we are lucky to carry on discussions. You should bear with me if I were to impose a tight regime here with regard to timekeeping. Therefore, let me invite Professor Tara Nair to come and make a presentation. Thank you.
Moves, isn't it? Good afternoon. I have the same anxiety and fear I used to have 25 years ago when I used to stand in front of, my teachers to make a presentation. Mostly MPhil, I think. Maybe when we came to PhD, the group was much smaller. So even if you get very scathing comments, then we could absorb it. But it used to be really when it was an MPhil presentation. So I have the same kind of questions. I wonder whether I'll be able to make sense in front of you. But what I have is maybe the confidence that CVS has sort of instilled in all of us, that maybe we can pull through. I very quickly I'll tell you why I thought of presenting this paper. In fact, it was by sheer chance that I started working on, what has come to be known as microfinance in early mid 1990s, which was a big rage. And I was quite fascinated by. I just went out of CVS and anything with all the notions about, development paradigms, models, and all that. And I just had an opportunity to do a little paper or a kind of a project on that. Somehow I stuck to that theme, though I really sort of started doing many other studies, but I stuck to that theme for whatever strange reasons all these years. So I almost consider myself to be a very close co-traveler of that phenomenon, which also gave me an opportunity to kind of very critically engage with it over varying points in time. Sometimes as an insider, because I was also leading research in Women's World Banking at some time. So I thought maybe this particular presentation that I'm going to make here would somehow summarize the kind of lessons that I have learned over these years from one so-called populist development sort of an intervention. So I actually was, by around 2012, 2013, I started getting completely disillusioned about the way in which that particular phenomenon was sort of going. At this time, even the states have co-opted microfinance in varying forms to kind of in the massive programs and things like that. So I thought one of the conceptual developments, which is very relevant in a macroeconomic sort of an analysis called financialization. My excitement was to see how financialization perhaps can be explained at the household level using some of these kind of experiences, and which also brought me to asking questions about whether credit and labor process or labor strategies are really linked, or the credit intake, financial development or financialized development, and household behavior with respect to labor force participation are linked or not. So that actually sort of made me sort of embark on a slightly ambitious sort of a research design in 2017-18, where we thought of doing a financial diary based a kind of a quasi-ethnographic study in 4 states. So I'm going to present the findings of Gujarat today, mostly. What we did was that we chose, I'm not really dealing with what I meant by financialization. Let me get back and get to the methodology. It was a multi-state study. I'm going to concentrate on Gujarat. The principal kind of a tool of information collection about household level diaries. We have done it in both urban and rural areas. I am going to present only the urban results now. 31 households. We have placed diaries in those households, and we continuously monitored them for about 8 months in 17-18. It was a kind of a weekly visits. and looking at the diary entries and trying to analyze and trying to come out with the inflows and outflows and try to find out how credit and other kind of outflows are present in those diaries. So I'll just kind of maybe any of the other details we will be able to, I think, able to present when the discussion happens. Let me quickly come to the conclusions or the major inferences that we are making. This is an inductive study. The idea was not to come to definite conclusions. The idea was to come to certain hunches so that we can perhaps theorize on it later. We thought the debt and women's adverse incorporation of labor market is very clear in the households that we tracked. They are permanently trapped in loan circuit of shadow banking entities, by which I meant NBFCs and the kinds, mostly microfinance agencies, and increasingly other types of non-banking companies selling financial products to fund a variety of consumption goods. And many of these products come sort of, clubbed. They are coming as sort of, joint products, not one. In the sample that the 32 households we're talking about, 50 to 54% of the new loans during the field survey that we did in Ahmedabad, and about 75% in a city like Bhubaneswar, came from microfinance institutions, and all those loans were in women's names, which means primarily they were the responsible kind of borrowers to repay that. Almost half the total outstanding loans were from this kind of private entities, and needless to say that these are very high cost loans, bearing interest rates from 22 to 26%, including some of them were also paying 18% GST. 87% of the individual members of the households in Ahmedabad and more than 70% in Bhubaneswar were actually bank linked, but nothing, they have no organic link with the banks. They were just bank linked, they had accounts, but all their, a part of the savings must be going there, their transfers are happening through banks, but they are generally borrowing through these non-banking institutions and informal sources, significantly present in those areas where actually non-banks are present. So there is a very direct correlation between informal lenders and the presence of informal lenders and the presence of non-banking entities, which is very, very important to understand and explore. Fluctuating incomes, we don't need to, because I think in the morning, as Dr. Surajit was saying, like when we talk about the income, the income calculus, we are generally talking about 7 to 10% of the income earning, organized sector workers, and this, our subjects actually fell much below that. At the end of the period of field interactions in Ahmedabad, the average monthly income of household was just about 19,000 rupees, but the average debt was about 1,29,000 rupees. Typical household was engaged in an average of 3 activities, each activity earning just about 6,000 rupees on an average. Incomes fluctuated through these 8 months, with different household members getting in and out of the labor market. The terms of each subsequent employment deteriorating necessarily in almost all the cases. Every subsequent, job kind of, earned them a lesser income. Monthly earnings of women, we found significant difference from the monthly earnings of men, 2090 versus about 9,000. So this is something which, if you take one typical illustrative household, we are just trying to plot how debt gets into the household. So these are different private and microfinance loans, and we can see that through, these are months, and through the kind of the 8 months that we are 8 or 16 months we are talking about, the way in which the loans were sort of entering the households was quite dramatic, and it was increasing, and so is the repayment burden. On subsequent months, the burden was actually increasing because they are getting more and more into into debt. When we look at the way in which they are, their work life, we find that all women in these 31 households whom we made the primary unit of our kind of study and inquiry, they were actually almost compelled to accept any work that came their way, so that they can get that extra money to pay one lender. They are dealing with multiple lenders, and all these income activities were precarious in nature. I don't need to really say that, but I'm just reiterating that point. Work that involves low skill, low and uncertain wages, insecurity of employment, and lack of social entitlements. And they deal simultaneously with multiple work arrangements. The timing is different, the wages are determined differently. One is a piece rate, maybe one could be a time rate, and the networks are different because the different kinds of traders and sub-agents and agents and commission agents. It's a fairly messy network of institutions they deal with on a daily basis, and of course the work conditions. And of course then there were very, very serious external shocks during the time that we were sort of doing the survey. There was GST to begin with, the demonetization to begin with, then GST, and of course later came COVID. And each of these shocks, the women bore the brunt of the shock, and both their income earning capacity and their repayment capacity depleted significantly. And actually, if I quote one person, somebody told me that in Hindi, khana hajam nahi hota hai. I can't digest my food. Because of debt. So continuous engagement with precious work, we find that it has really blurred women's perception of their own labor. Like they think that they are essentially, supplements and supportive sort of, labor market participants. It's very kind of inferior, very supplementary, quite transient and lowly valued, in the sense that they can really plug in anytime and anywhere. So that they can make a bit of an income, and with the primary purpose of maybe satisfying the loan obligations, not in terms of making really great assets or anything. So I just wanted to say that this is the kind of work many of our women were involved in, like making party streamers or decoration material, or small dupatta making for gods, and that's a big industry. I don't know whether you know that. I was actually checking the growth rates of puja samagri wala industry that's growing in triple digits over the past 5 years. And any of these conspicuous, industry like parties and anything related to entertainment and media, for entertainment per se. Women are spending all their days actually attaching tags to, denim pants. That's what they do, and for which they get 1,000 tax, they get 2 rupee 25 paise. That's what they make. So which means children are also taking part in this activity, otherwise they'll not be able to cut even 100 rupees a day. So the concerns that I am planning to raise through this paper, I think there is inadequate appreciation in the current scholarship of the link between financialization and structural changes in the labor market, which I think is a very significant area to work on, because I think casualization, voluntarization of work, or institutionalization of gig work, that is, where work is mediated through online platforms, all these phenomena are essentially telling us about employers' pursuit for shifting risks and maximizing shareholder value, which is essentially a very important aspect of what we understand financialization as. And of course, the financialization of social care, what we understand, what we generally refer to by the term paradox of welfare. More efficient transfer, we know. I think that's the narrative that we all live with now. Efficient transfer of benefits is through digital mode, and provision of all services are better and efficiently serviced through a financial transfer, a direct financial transfer. So increased exposure of social security payments to the vagaries of the financial market, because we are talking about market-linked savings. We are promoting pension funds and insurance funds in significant way, even to the lower income groups and things like that. So the argument is that as social policies get financialized on the one hand, we also see that savings and credit growth slows down. And I also add that social ties are breaking down in some of these neighborhoods, as the pressure goes up and things like that. So the dictum that maybe the new the new phase of capitalism it kind of propagates, that poor households live by loans. In fact, loans lift people out of poverty. I think it needs to be seriously relooked at. Because constant juggling with multiple providers of loans to manage risks, shocks, and emergencies, perhaps giving women a false sense of well-being. If you talk to them, I think that there is a great mistake by asking people, are you okay or are you happy? Or are you doing well? So the perception of doing well or the perception of well-being is quite an illusory sort of a thing, because you have cash to juggle with, but that does not mean that their welfare is actually necessarily improving. Social arrangement of risk sharing, which we earlier depending on, definitely have all become really destabilized. And I think even financial inclusion is more of a political rhetoric and a mode of financialized development rather than what we generally think it is. And it really individualizes risks. And there are a lot of, what do you call it, sayings have really kind of started going around that financial literacy is very important. Financial literacy and financial prudence going to determine your well-being and things like that. So the poor are caught in a lot of these expressions. And if you go into the urban slums, people will talk to you, my credit rating has come down, because they're not getting loans and things like that. So I think so this is something which I have already said, and just to tell you that microfinance is a booming industry within the segment that we are talking about. Despite COVID, it has registered the maximum growth within that. And of course, we know that. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's all. I just want to tell you this thing. This really talks about how money is made in the microfinance sector. This typical securitization process. So a small loan of 1,000 rupees goes through the channels that we are seeing here, before it becomes packaged into a product, a financial product, and changes hands between the microfinance provider and other financial agencies. So it's a huge, complex and extremely, important issue to be discussed. Though any other thing, any other questions, I think I'll be able to address when the questions come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Tara Nair. Now let me invite Dr. Rachel Simon to come and comment on the paper. And she is aware of the time, so I don't need to tell you.
Let me start by saying thank you for the invitation to provide some discussant comments for this paper, which I found to be rich and thoughtful. And what I have to say possibly are just afterthoughts and my own personal takes from it. In the 1990s, I did my MPhil thesis here at CDS on women and labor force participation in Kerala, specifically focusing on the declining proportions of women in the labor force. In those days, what I was trying to do, and the understanding that I was working under, was that we need to find ways to get women into the labor force. Because somehow we saw two kinds of lands, and there was a bridge connecting to the land. On the one side of the bridge, the land was invisible, unpaid household work. And we were trying to find ways to get women to cross the bridge into the land of economically visible, recognized, and paid work, somehow assuming that that was a clear pathway for women in the global south to gain economic and social transformation, both individually but also collectively. The emerging buzzword at the time in gender and development policy was microfinance. It was conceptualized and by then also had a proven track record, as Tara was just pointing out, that not only would it change women's livelihood, but it would have a host of downstream impacts, beneficial impacts. It would improve, it was slated to improve collective status for women, improvements in social educational benefits, lifting of entire families, transforming mobility for families and children, creating new leaders and forms of leadership in groups and segments that were previously very deeply marginalized. Microfinance was intended to disrupt the mainstream economic market as well as gendered social systems and structures. And for a while, it appeared to do both. Is that better? Okay. By the 1990s, the critiques of microfinance were steadily coming through. The critiques were about how the process of microfinance itself was difficult to get through, right through to questions of appropriation and how women were being tokenized for men who were taking these loans on their behalf. right through to how it did not actually change indebtedness or poverty, but continued to create dependencies, a point that Tara also points out. Tara's paper reflects this critical scholarship, and notably her work moves from just reference to microfinance in the NGO sector to microfinance and the whole system of financialization. There is a shift in language that she has already referred to, and which I see as more than just a sleight of words. It's not a question of tomato saying tomato, but really there are substantive differences. The role of finance, and I'm quoting her paper, in developed countries have drastically transformed, developing countries have drastically transformed from the provider of capital to the real economy to that of being an autonomous business in its own right. And the rest of the paper goes on to show how this impacts, the financialization impacts on women. In fact, the point that she says is that we have a feminization of financialization. My comments essentially point to two aspects, which she has not specifically stated, but maybe they're in the fuller paper that she will present. One is that although this paper is about women through and through, it is never explicitly stated to have a gender or a feminist lens, and I wondered why. You may be, Tara, wondering why that might make a difference, or even the audience might be wondering that. I think that taking a feminist lens adds to a broader swath of questions that's beyond just an economic frame or a labor market frame. For instance, some of the questions that we could broaden by asking, taking a feminist lens would include, are microfinancial institutions able to make financialization happen because they are women? Or could this happen to anyone who is poor? What critical insights might we learn if we focused on intersectionality of gender and poverty? There are also questions about the gender relationships which could be brought in. Is this happening just because they're women, or is it because of the particular roles and responsibilities that they play in their families, in their communities, that are being manipulated and in fact appropriated by the whole financial system? A feminist lens would also help to bring to fore aspects of irrational affect and desire alongside rational purchasing decisions and economic decision, and how its contradictions are wound up in capitalism's intentionalities. Women in the sample that she studied were proud of their track record of not missing a payment, or they were proud of being able to send their children to private school, all the while sinking deeper and deeper into debt. Women are always processing decisions with the welfare of their families in mind. Between pride and aspirations, the line between rational economic decision-making and reckless purchasing seem blurred and potentially worthy of further investigation. It is also important because what seems to come through the paper is a blurring of the lines between financialization, women's empowerment, and collective resistance, and teasing out the edges of these are vital. A second tranche of questions that I had, and potentially has a scope to be the sequel or perhaps another paper altogether, is what is a fix? If the market has lost its morals, the private sector is not anyone to rely on to transform women's lives, to offer solutions of empowerment to women. If the state, as Tara points out, is a predominant and active figure in these shifts, but has no concern for the consequences. If the community is appropriated into this phenomenon of financialization, where do the solutions lie? In thinking about solution, we also need to consider context. That you have done this in four states would be quite interesting to compare. The final lines of this paper tell us how immense the task is before us. The paper says that the new development imaginary has spawned a new vocabulary wherein digital technology is coterminous with democracy, social inclusion is a synonym for market expansion, and poverty is a lack of entrepreneurship. In all, the paper raises as many new questions as it sets out to answer. But in the spirit of Raj and his perspective of intellectual curiosity, this is exactly what makes this a strong and valuable research. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for a great deal of self-discipline. And we have, I'm not going to summarize, both of them have raised extremely fascinating issues for discussion. The unorganized sector, insecure workers, what do we do to raise their income, to make them more secure? can inclusive financial transactions help in the process? We are far away from finding realistic answers. Let me not go into the details. Let me invite Jayan Thomas to make his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I first of yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon. I would like to thank CDS, its director, and other organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity. In a way, actually, I'm quite excited and also slightly intimidated by the fact that I'm speaking before a galaxy of Indian economists, very celebrated Indian economists. I was never a student of CDS, but I always feel proud when someone mistakenly say that I'm a student, I'm a former student of CDS. So today I would like to talk about women in India's labor market. The slides are out. Yes. Well, okay, we know that this is a topic which has been much discussed, and perhaps I may not be adding too much, but what I have tried to do here is to look at the data systematically from 1983 to the latest employment surveys, the latest PLFS survey of 22, 23, 24, and what has happened to women's participation in the labor force. Now, one thing which I want to emphasize is over the years we find an increase in women's enrollment in education, and I guess that is a very important point which we miss, and this is a change which has happened from 2000 onwards. So if you see women in the 5 to 14 age group, only 40% were enrolling themselves in schools in 1983, 97% are enrolling themselves in school in, it's almost universal now. The big change, that's a big change in literacy. But even when you look at 15 plus, so these are children or young adults going to schools and colleges for higher education, part of it at least for higher education, you see a big improvement. Only 6% of 15 to 29 women, young women, were in schools or colleges in 1983, 30% or more than 30% in as per the latest data. And you also see a narrowing in gap between men and women. You see increasing women accessing higher education. So clearly it shows a growing demand for education, especially among the poor, for upward social mobility, and even among women too. But of course the questions of are we providing enough opportunities, is the quality of education being offered is good enough, and so on. We must, if you also convert these enrollment rates into numbers, we see that now the latest, we have around 120 million young men and women in schools and colleges. You can see 120 million is a very big number, as big as the population of Japan. And 50 million or more than 50 million of those are women. All of these are potential workers in the knowledge economy. And all of these are also people with high levels of aspirations and upward mobility. So it's how are we able to, is the economy generating enough jobs? That's the question. There is also an urgency to these kind of questions, because if we look at the demographic structure for India now, we have, India now has the highest proportion, in fact, not just the proportion, also the number of young people, 15 to 29, more than 370 million in 2020. But you can also see that not just as, you can see the absolute decline in this young population in the coming years is going to happen in India, just as it happened in China, just as it happened in East Asia. And of course, there will be other new players, like sub-Saharan African countries will have much younger population than India. So if you are thinking of a demographic dividend, this is the time. And in another 10 or 20 years, we will not have the demographic dividend. Like I said, this is a topic which has been on women's participation in the labor force. A lot of several studies have come. I'm not kind of mentioning most of the studies, but probably to kind of also give it a context, there is last year we know Professor Claudia Golden won the Nobel Prize looking at women's labor force participation in the US, and what she finds is a positive story of a U-shaped curve of falling and then rising women's participation, but at the same time she also raises some concerns. The positive change happened because, I mean, she was saying even in the US there were even marriage bars, that married women were not allowed to participate in the workforce in the early, until the 1940s. But change happened with the structure of the economy changing, with more modern jobs favoring women, white-collar jobs coming up from the 20th century, greater access to education, technological changes affecting the nature of work, and also the quiet revolution. What she mentions is the contraceptive pill for birth control and so on and so forth. But of course, she also mentions that some of the new jobs, such as finance jobs, which she calls the greedy jobs, is what is causing the disparity between men and women. I don't want to go further into that, but clearly this has important lessons for us. A modernization of the economy and improving higher education among women can mean women joining the labor force in much greater numbers. Do we actually see that? We'll just begin with men, rural men, 15 to 29 years. Again, this is all 15 to 29. I hope the slides are clear. Please just look at the left part of the graphs, where you see 15 to 29 men. You see the blue part of it is the students. So you can see this is from 1983 to 2024. You can see at least 2 or 3 generations of persons are here. So somebody who was 15 to 29 in 1983, somebody who is 15 to 29 in 23, 24. So you can see the rising blue, which means more and more students in every succeeding generations. But if you look at the next part, which is the 30 to 59, which gives us clear indication of where these generations, different generations, where do they end up? What kind of jobs do they get? You see one red and one blue, which is the agriculture. Agriculture share is declining, but still substantial. The other is red, which is non-agriculture, mainly self-employment and casual. Again, it's increasing. In fact, that has been the major generator of employment in India, construction. But as you can know, these are, what you can imagine is with the rising proportion of blue on the left side, all 15 plus and still students and waiting for regular jobs, you don't really see that increase in regular jobs in either of these columns. The yellow is the regular jobs. You see the regular jobs kind of almost stuck at where it is. So you have rising aspirations, but you do not have enough expansion of regular job opportunities in the country. This is for men. And what about women? Women, you find, in fact, we know there are a lot of stories here. You can see the brown in between is increase in unemployment between 2000 and 2018 among young men, and that unemployment actually declining in the later years, but we can talk about it later. When it comes to women, you don't really see an increase in open unemployment, which you saw in the case of men, in the case of young men, not in any other category. But in women, among young men as well as among women who are 30 years and older, you see on the one side is rising aspirations. You see, you can look at the blue columns on the left side, but the other side is the green, which is women who report their status as attending domestic duties. So very large proportion, not just among the 30 to 59 category, but even among the younger age group, you find a very large proportion, not finding. They report their status as attending domestic duties because the possible reason is that they are looking for regular jobs, jobs which have some kind of quality, offer some amount of protection, which do not happen. Again, the yellow is the very thin line of regular jobs. You can see the yellow is very, very small in both places. This is, looking at only those. I don't know whether I have the time, how much time I have. I just want to highlight that recent years we see an increase in female labor force participation as per the PLFS surveys. You see, especially after 2018, 2020-21, you see a big increase in labor force participation in the government reports actually. Widely seen as a positive change in employment status in India, not just among women, but the real story is what I'm trying to show in this is the blue at the bottom is women whose status, activity status is unpaid helpers in agriculture. So the increase in overall employment workforce increase is mainly on account of the increase in women who report their status as not as attending domestic duties, but unpaid agricultural work within their own household. So it's actually possibly a confusion between categories, whether it's a real confusion or is something which we can talk about later. So I think this is kind of an explanation further on this. I may not go into this. I only want to show in this graph, just look at the right graph and the last two columns of the right graph. What I want to show here is that if you look at this among women with different levels of education, the last two is high levels of education for 2018 and 2024. So you see that the increase even among the highly educated women is mainly as unpaid agricultural workers. Highly educated in graduate and above. And what are the reasons? Of course, we don't create enough employment. We have a stagnation in employment. These are employment numbers in millions. You can see the manufacturing employment has stagnated. I can see that the employment in public administration has stagnated. It was 10 million in 93. It is 9 million in 22. Although we have a much bigger population, our employment in the public sphere has actually declined. Education and health has been a silver line, one place where employment has actually increased, and particularly for women. I will just go into the share of women workers. One can see that many of the modern sectors, women's share in employment is quite low. Professional activities, IT, it's less than 20%. Only in education and health is one sector where women's presence is very high. So what is the way forward? Just 3 more minutes perhaps? 2 more minutes? Yeah. What is the way forward? Just as it happened in the US economy, we clearly need a modernization of the economy forward. Going forward, we need a modernization of the economy. We need modern economic activities. We need high value adding activities which can pay higher wages. But if you look at our investment rates, it has been on a decline. You see the investment peaked for India in 2007 when India and China had equal rates. The red for India, blue for China. But after that, you can see the Chinese investment rates going up, Indian investment rates coming down. And this means both public and private investment. We have a paper recently, Chinju Joni, who is a former student of this center, and I have a paper in EPW which looked at the garment industry. Many actually thought India's garment share in garment exports will increase in the last few years, but that hasn't happened. It's stuck at 3%, whereas for China it is 30%. Now, one of the reasons, in fact, Chinju has done field work in Delhi, NCR, and Bangalore, and what she says is the reluctance of capitalists to invest in modern technologies. In fact, they're quite happy with the availability of cheap labor and the limited advantages, the limited advantages arising from the availability of cheap labor. I just want to mention the case of Kerala. Kerala, of course, we know is a low female labor force participation rate. But if you look at the right table, what you see is there is high degree of participation of women in modern economic activities. By modern, I actually mean I can't see it now. services too, which is IT, education, health. You can see women and men equal number. And the right graph tells you that Kerala is close to 8% of all modern employment, women in modern employment in India. So in fact, services too, 10% of the entire employment in India for women is in Kerala. So Kerala has a very high proportion. So on the one side, of course, you have a low participation, mainly because of you don't have enough modern economic activities. You don't have enough. If there are more modern jobs, there will be more. So what should be the way forward? Of course, there should be more public spending, and public spending should specifically on social sectors and education and health, which can help rising wages driven by high-value sectors. One quick example, think about the medical examination that we have. Only less than 3% of the 2 million, find admission to the government colleges. And India has 0.7 doctors per 1,000 population, whereas the figure for China is 2.6, the figure for US is 5, and so on and so forth. So you can easily increase. So what I want to say is education and health, as we have already seen, is one area where women's employment has increased quietly, and education and health is the sector which India needs to generate a more modern economy for knowledge economic activities. I'll just summarize. India's economic growth, future economic growth, should be based on not stagnant wages, but rising wages. And for that to happen, you need policy interventions in 2 areas. One, we need upgrading of human resources, which means much more investment in health and education, where women will have a much greater role to play. And the other side is you also need an upgrading of industrial structure. And we need to focus on industries that move away from industries that are based on cheap labor to industries that gain from innovation. Public expenditures are clearly very critical, and industrial policy and public spending on research development are the way forward. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Jayan. It's for interesting, extremely fascinating set of issues being raised. All the important issues for us to discuss over an entire day, he has flagged already here. And there are many of, Jayan himself is a very well-established authority in that field, and there are many of you deeply interested in that subject. I won't take your time. I won't add to the burden. Let me invite Vinod Abraham to give his comments for the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
So, thank you, Jayan. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to be here. So, I think congratulate Jayan for the extensive data work and the conclusions that he has drawn. The main aspects I thought, which I found interesting, was the way in which the long-term trends in female participation rates, and then the way in which education was responding to, labor market was responding to the levels of education, and how it was turning out to be the fact that despite higher levels of education, the participation rates seems to be low. And so the point is that there is rising aspirations, and the lack of regular jobs kind of keep your aspirations unsatisfied. And then the prescription was to kind of increase the public spending on generating more employment opportunities. Now, I think that's a very interesting set of issues, as Professor Jose has already kind of flagged off. I would like to add certain other aspects to this particular, to add certain dimensions which may be interesting to look at. Now, since for the lack of time, I'm just going to flag out certain 3 or 4 issues by names, and then if there is time to discuss, we need to discuss that. Now, can we expect a transformation that was seen in the developed world like US or UK or the rest of the world? Are we expecting a similar kind of a transformation, a structural transformation in India, a developing country, in the current context, or are we going in a different path? This is something that we need to think about. The kind of transformation that we have heard about most of the employment that was generated in the West for women after the agrarian transition, the agricultural transition, was in the services sector. Most of the employment today that are generated in India in the services sector are filled by males. They are not met by females. So that space where women used to occupy in the developed world, in the past developed world during the transformation period, is that space existing for women to be there at all? So the transition, that kind of transformation that you're expecting, if you're expecting that a similar transformation is going to take place and we are going to generate more employment by opening up new sectors, unless until all males get employed, there are no opportunities going to be opened. And that remains the fact. That is because, to me, I believe that there is active gender competition going on every job that is being opened up. So that gender competition ensures that how many of our employment opportunities you open up, the first position is always for the male. And after that comes whenever there is an opportunity. So that's the first thing to look at. So the point that I was trying to make over here is that, are we trying to, by attacking the demand side, are we trying to kind of attack at the problem evenly or in a balanced manner? Maybe we should be looking at more at the supply side of the story, and some demand side story is there, but some kind of preference should be given to the supply side. Essentially, when I say supply side, it's about the norms, the social norms, the gender norms that we are living with, and unless until there is changes within the supply side story, the demand side story alone may not bring up those changes. That's the first aspect. The second aspect is about the way in which capitalist development is taking place. Structural transformation in the developed world occurred in a particular context of capitalist development. So structural transformation was not independent of the capitalist development that was taking place in the developed world, and that's not the story that is happening in the developing part of the world. So you do not have the kind of capitalist transformation that has gone on within India. We don't even have the kind of capital base that we are talking about in the developed part of the world when it had seen development. That's not the kind of capitalist transformation that we have seen in India. And capitalist transformation was in a big way kind of drawing what Claudia Golden had drawn, the way in which women were drawing out from the labor market and then re-entering the labor market is part of the capitalist transformation process itself, right? Have we seen that kind of a capitalist transformation in India? Are we going through that path at all? That's something that we need to worry about. To me personally, I don't think we are going in that path at all. We are going in a completely different, not completely different, but we are still not matured in terms of being a capitalist society as such. That's a second aspect. And the third aspect is that even when we are an immature capitalist society, we are very much connected to the global world. We are actually a part of the global economy through trade, through migration. The whole kinds of people and product and inputs are moving. And as Jan had already shown, the way in which women get integrated into the labor market when there is global capital, that's a very different way from the way in which women get integrated into an economy where it is a closed economy as such. So a race to the bottom, low cost, whichever way you can think about, that's where it is going into. Apart from this thing, I think there are also the measurement issues, which I don't need to discuss. I think it is very well known to the audience over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinod, for raising again pertinent issues. There are too many of you here interested in that subject. We have policy executives, we have got renowned statisticians, we have people who have been working on the labor markets for years. Therefore, there will be certainly a fascinating discussion on this, the emerging jobs, the gender neutral jobs, the rising competition, the need for a universal basic income. all these issues will come up in our discussion. Let me, therefore, request Dr. Binita Thambi to make her presentation. That will be another 15 minutes of your time, and we'll have a commentator, and thereafter we'll have the floor open for discussions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected chair, esteemed scholars and friends. Let me also thank the organizers, including CDS director, for this opportunity. This is the title, Unpacking Women's Employment in India and Kerala and its Future. This is just an overview, and Jane Thomas has already discussed, he gave a lot of numbers. This is a continuation of that, maybe slight repetition as well, which I cannot take out at this moment. This is the outline of my this is the outline of my presentation. I'll start with the question of measuring work and employment, PLFS versus ILO recommendations, and recent trends and dynamics, disaggregation by sectors, religion and social groups. I'll also briefly touch upon the questions of informality, wages and constraints to female labor force participation. Very briefly, the question of future of women's work and some policy recommendations. Among major Asian and South American countries, India has the 6th lowest female labor force participation rate. Labor force survey, PLFS needs improvements to better capture women's employment. Design matters, respondent identity matters. Men tend to underestimate women's employment. Asim Premji University's Center for Sustainable Employment has documented the difference when men respond and women respond about women's employment. Lack of probing is another issue. One-shot questions in PLFS based on status rather than probing separate questions for each employment type based on ILO recommendation should take place. And this is leading to mismeasurement of women's work. And when it comes to domestic work, domestic duties and allied activities are not well defined. Treated as a residual, PLFS captures domestic duties only if not in the labor force, does not account for double burden of women. And unpaid work, PLFS does not distinguish between unpaid work on own use and use by others under current weekly status, makes it impossible to use ILO definition, and India has not adopted the 19th ICLS guidelines. No country except India measures usual employment using 365 days as the reference, but this is a debate and there are several arguments why India is continuing with that. Also there are questions of data quality. Women's employment rate inexplicably doubled in Bihar, Jharkhand, Tripura and Arunachal Pradesh over a 2-year pre-pandemic period. India's FLFP in 2023-24 is 36%. Kerala has the 10th lowest FLFP among Indian states with just over 1/3 working age women engaging in the labor market. Since 2017-18, we have 7 years of PLFS data. Since 2017-18, India's FLFP has increased by 15 percentage points, while Kerala's increased by 9 percentage points. And women's unpaid work in household enterprises has been contributing to the increase in women's work participation rate in India. It has increased from 5 to 11% in the 7-year period, whereas in Kerala, the share of paid employment has been consistently increasing, 17 to 26%. The share of women in informal employment in Kerala is well below the national average by 20 percentage point. National average is 90. However, close to 70% of working women in Kerala are engaged in informal employment without job contract or social security benefits. Furthermore, 55% of working age women in Kerala are engaged in informal household enterprises. The share of women in salaried and casual jobs have been falling, while self-employment has increased by 17 percentage point in India since 2017-18. However, the distribution remains unchanged in Kerala, with 50% are salaried category, which is a good thing. And 29% of women in Kerala are engaged in agriculture sector, compared to 60% in India in 23-24. On average, as we know, the transition away from agriculture work has been sluggish in India. However, in Kerala, over 50% of employed women are in the services sector. 23-24, the share of women engaged in agriculture increased by 13 percentage point, while the share in services fell by 8 percentage point in Kerala during this period of 2017-18 and 23-24. Despite progress in work participation rate over the years, work participation rate is lowest for Muslim women. And in India, it grew during this period. It grew from 12% to 25%, whereas in Kerala, 8 to 16, which is half of the work participation rate of Hindu women. While employment rates are highest in Kerala for SC and ST women, likely due to the vulnerability, 64% and 45% of these women are in low skilled and low paid elementary occupations. And for the general other category, it is 14%. And the other category, 23% of them are professionals. Despite 11 percentage point fall since 17-18, female unemployment rate remains high in Kerala. In 23-24, Kerala's female unemployment rate is 3 times the national average at 15%. In particular, female youth 15 to 29 unemployment rate in Kerala stood at 48% compared to 15% in India. Among these young women, 86% had an undergraduate degree or higher. 60% of India's 452.5 million working age women have never been employed in 23-24. The share of young women 15 to 29 age group not engaged in education, employment or training NEET category is 48% in India and 41% in Kerala. In comparison, the male NEET rate in India is 10% and Kerala it is 15%. In Kerala, the gender gap is highest for self-employed workers, with women earning only 27% of what men earn in 23-24, while it is lowest for salaried workers. Wage data from Labour Bureau between 2013 and 2022 show that real wages in India have been relatively stagnant for men and women in rural India in both agricultural and non-agricultural employment. The wage gap in self-employment in Kerala persists despite similar 9 years of education, similar educational levels between men and women engaged in this work. Female casual workers earn less than 50% of what their male counterparts earn in Kerala. And for salaried group, getting around 80% despite they have 1 year more education, 13 years and 12 years of education. 72% of women outside of the labor force in India cite childcare and household responsibilities for not engaging in labor market in 23-24. In comparison, 65% of women in Kerala cite this reason for not working. This estimate, interestingly, does not seem to change by wealth quintile. These responsibilities are binding constraints for women. from across consumption quintiles. Almost 30% of women cite inconvenient work location as their reason for not engaging in the labor market in Kerala. Very briefly, what is the future of women's work in India? A disproportionate impact is expected on women when emerging technologies are adopted in areas where they occupy low-skilled manual jobs. In India, prevailing social cultural norms, other conditions constraining their labor force participation, the demographic distribution, changes in the demographic distribution and the restructuring of the labor market, etc., are issues that will profoundly impact how women access work in the future and the opportunities that will be open to them. However, high cost of implementing new technologies may discourage their uptake in India in the immediate future, leading to unique trajectories other than the global trends. Share of women 15 plus with at least one basic ICT skills is 18% in India and 40% in Kerala. Basic ITC skills include copy and paste files, send emails with attached files, use basic arithmetic formulae in the spreadsheet, etc. And share of women 18 plus who used a cell phone with an active SIM card in the last 3 months was 40% in India, and Kerala it is 77.5%. When it comes to policy recommendations, these are very generic kind of, and there are a couple of things for Kerala as well. Policy increase public provisioning of quality childcare, introduce community models of care and daycare services in workplaces, improving mobility and access to safe transportation through infrastructure investments may reduce employers' perceptions that women require additional safety measures or workplace accommodations. Providing vocational training and expanding government-funded skilling programs to make upskilling easier, targeting employer biases through gender sensitizing campaigns, identifying female-friendly sectors and introducing targeted interventions such as tailored diploma courses, awareness campaigns to boost labor force participation in these sectors, formalizing and professionalizing care work through targeted training programs will facilitate the transition of women from informal caregiving roles to formal employment. Last slide, couple of things for Kerala. These are just thoughts not adequately processed. A lot more thinking and reflection is needed. Also, the tables that I have presented will provide just an overview. More disaggregation to the extent possible has to happen, and also decomposition of figures will give you a better understanding. In Kerala, 30% of women cite inconvenient work location as the reason for non-participation. It could be no jobs near them or don't have convenient transportation to take them to places of work. It seems improving transportation is an area that needs attention. Low work participation of Muslim women in Kerala, 16%. Professor K.P. Kannan's recent book based on a representative sample of Kudumbashree women workers points out that Hindu and Christian women are overrepresented, high for Hindu women in Kudumbashree membership, whereas there is an underrepresentation of Muslim women. This needs further investigation to know whether there is any exclusion there. Share of women in NEET category is 41%, not employed in education or training, 41%, and their educational levels are high. 40% of women have this ICT skills. Skill upgradation is possible for this group to place them in technology-driven employment, but employment has to be generated as well. Internet is a basic right in Kerala, and to enhance its provisioning by K-phone giving it to BPL families. It's one of the stated objectives of the K4. Perhaps finally, we ask Kudumbashree women to do a lot of surveys. There is a criticism that already they are overburdened. One more burden I am suggesting. Kudumbashree survey to evaluate the employment potential and exploring the constraints in light of the global and Indian labor market dynamics. That's it. I'm within the time, I guess. Thank you all.
Right on time. Thank you, Dr. Benita Thambi. We will invite Praveena Kordoth to give her comments. And let me also invite all the presenters to be stationed, seated here, so that if there are questions directed at them, they can answer the presenters and also the commentators, please, if you find a place.
Should I start? Thank you, Professor Jose, and good afternoon to all my friends here. We've heard quite a lot now in the last two presentations about women's labor market participation, both from the demand and the supply sides. Very interesting snapshots, I thought, because the NSS and the PLFS, in a sense, restricts us to snapshots, though Jen really tried, within the limits possible, to present a more dynamic picture, taking the age groups over time. But even then, there are certain limitations with the data. So in the spirit of Professor Raj's commitment to empirical research and also to real-life problems, I'd like to bring in more grounded, a certain kind of grounded perspective, taking up from what Rachel said also about how can we push the envelope on gender here. So these are the two things I'd like to do. And I'll do them together. So the question I would ask is, how does gender really structure labor market behavior of women? And how does it do it differently for men and women, right? So the labor market itself then is not the same. They're different and they're structured by gender. And to understand that better, I think we really need to look at the dynamic of women's labor market participation and how that differs from the dynamic of that of men. And I think some recent work has really helped us go forward on this. Ashwini Deshpande's work, which looks at the in and out behavior of women. And actually, I must say that in CDS, Alice Sebastian's thesis submitted in 2019 had actually looked at this with primary data from Ernakulam. And she found that women, join the labor market, they move out, and then they come back. So in terms of NSS categories, it would be you're in employment, then you're out of the labor force, then you're unemployed, then you're probably in employment again. So there's this ongoing in and out. And Deshpande's work actually tells us that the data analysis doesn't show that women's labor participation responds to either marriage or childbirth or any of these very precisely. So it's not at any of these particular moments there seem to be. And that again tells us about how women negotiate constraints. So you may have a job, you may have a child, but you immediately go back to work. And then you find it too difficult. You try that out for 2-3 months, then maybe you go out, but then you find a better job closer to home, and then you move back in. So I think the dynamic of women's labor market participation is really important in the way gender structures it. And that is really my larger point. And for that, I think we really need to bring in different kinds of data. We need to be able to formulate hypotheses from grounded primary studies, which will be much more small scale, and see how can we get this out of the larger data. And I think Alaka Basu does that wonderfully for this relationship between literacy and fertility and women's employment in between. Why is it that ethnographers are saying that women's empowerment doesn't come into the picture, but the relationship holds? And then she comes up with a hypothesis that she explores with NFHS. Could we actually do that with employment also, to see, how women really negotiate the labor market. And then, because I think really, you know, before running away into policy, we really need to understand the labor market much better. And even at the level of the data that we're talking about, I think we have to be much more disaggregate when getting into policy. And so I'll just take up one issue that Binita spoke about, which is childcare. If you look at the data, yes, women are telling you that childcare is the problem, but what kind of a problem is childcare? If you have childcare, Anganwadis are childcare, right? Are women going to go to work? Or if there are childcare facilities, creches provided, are women going to take up work immediately? And we've done some field work. My colleague Tyagu Ranganathan, Tirtha Chatterjee and I in Ernakulam, following on Alice Sebastian's work, and we found that women were telling us very many different things. They were saying, no, I will not go to work till my child is 3 years old. Or they were saying, the cost of childcare is too high. The salary I get is probably going to be a little less than the childcare that I aspire to. So, you know, how is childcare important? I don't think we can just rush into it. These are much more nuanced issues, and we really need grounded material to understand, because aspirations of women, particularly with families with respect to childcare, is very important. The whole, on the question of childcare, the whole issue of trust is also very important. It's important to communicate trust, because the Anganwadis exist across the country, and in Kerala, they're fairly well evaluated. I mean, even the responses we got when we were doing field work is that the Anganwadis are good. You know, their services are good, but the timing is a problem. So when you look at the demand side of women's employment, both timing and workplace tend to be important problems. Now, workplace in ways that have not been mentioned. For instance, we found that there are perceptions of safety of workplaces. And you find this, if you look carefully, you negotiate all these issues, you'll find, why is it that we find clustering of women's employment in particular areas, health and education? The more women you have, the more women go towards those places. And where you have fewer women, it is a big challenge to go and start working there. So women who had tried unconventional workplaces were often discouraged and moved out. Mechanical engineering is a big problem where it has backward linkages. So you very rarely find women students in mechanical engineering. And I did a study there, and most of the women, 1, 2 maybe in Kerala in a year, all end up as teachers in colleges in mechanical. So the departments are populated with women, and you don't find them as mechanical engineers on the floor. A few specific issues. NEET. I would have liked to know how many of these NEET women were never employed. Because it's important to understand ever employment, never employment also, because of the nature of labor market behavior of women. When is location a problem? I spoke about workplaces, but in what context do these become problems? And am I out of time? Really? Okay, so on Kudumbashree, I just wanted to, because Binita had analyzed her data in terms of religion as well. So I just wanted a sort of a cautionary note, because if you look at region, you might just find that women's work participation, Muslim women's work participation region in Travancore may not be as low, because there are regional differences. And the other thing about Kudumbashree and religion, I did a project on Kudumbashree, and I found, interestingly, it had nothing to do with religion. It was true that Malappuram had very small numbers of women in Kudumbashree. But I found a close association with the lack of non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, and the participation of women in Kudumbashree. Because if there were non-governmental organizations, even before Kudumbashree came up, they were already into this process of collectivization. They were already familiar with doing this. And without them, that whole behavior, the discipline that you required for that, for getting into Kudumbashree or self-help groups didn't exist, and it was very difficult. And you find that also in the tribal sector and the coastal sector. So just a cautionary tale on how we could use these different variables to understand labor market behavior. Thank you.
No, maybe eventually you might have to. Thank you all the presenters, the wonderful job raising all the fascinating issues which ought to be discussed at length. Quite unfortunately, we don't have the time. But then one running theme in all these presentations, we have exhibited something contrary to expectations, where in conformity with whatever has been happening in the rest of the world, developed or developing, our participation rates of women are inordinately low. They have not moved out of, in most instances, self-employment. They are waiting in the wings for a regular job, getting trained in large numbers. In spite of all that, we have massively high rates of unemployment. Questions arise, how on earth do we increase employment opportunities? More importantly, how do we make work attractive, more attractive to women who want to migrate to urban, who want to get into regular paid jobs? These are issues which need to be debated at length. I'm throwing it before you. We can debate it. Those of you who wish to raise points, please feel free. Let me ask Thomas Isaac if he, having been instrumental in dealing with Kudumbashree, in instigating a great deal of women's participation in employment, how do you respond to the kind of queries raised by the by the presenters here?
Presentation. Just see the terribleness of the situation. Where do the MFIs get the money bulkly borrowing from? These are public sector banks. Now the rule is that if you lend for microfinance institution, is considered a part of the priority sector lending. And they're given money at 8%, 9% or even less. Money which they could have been given directly to the women groups, because this is the most assured repayment, 90%, 95% repayment. Most ridiculous thing happening in India is the promotion of these MFIs. This policy conclusion, I think, comes out very strongly. The present kind of financialization impoverishes the women. That becomes a burden. At this certain lending, they can never start any productive enterprise and get a return. I don't know. I would once again look at that data, the sample size from which the conclusion is drawn. Malappuram, it would be lower participation of these women because Malappuram self-help group started immediately after literacy movement, and it was almost biggest coverage, which was then converted into Kudumbashree when it was formed. So I don't know if Kodok's argument would become valid here, but I would doubt the veracity of the survey, state level survey, when it's a small time conclusion is drawn for a district.
Thank you, sir. I accept the point. Let's not bring in culture and religion when it comes to a discussion of participation in income generating activities. Sir, you sorry, No,
I mean, I'm sorry to say, in the past 2 days, we've been noticing this, not just me, but also the students, that there seems to be a tendency from the chair to look at men and not at women when we are asking questions. So, I mean, all the young students here who have been following your proceedings are saying this. So please take note of that.
I apologize. The reason why I intervened, Isaac is not used to staying long, so I asked him to make an intervention. And there was that young man from there who raised his hand first, and purely in terms of giving priority to somebody, but then you're most welcome to speak.
Thank you. I mean, I minimized my time by giving my written comments to Jain and Tarchiji. To Professor Thampi, I just have one comment on the presentation. I mean, I only want to say that that slide which shows Hindu-Muslim, the times are such that we should be very careful of such representation because it can be very easily misinterpreted. That kind of data should come with a strong contextualization, both historical and contemporary. Historical in the sense that if you compare these rates, say, in the 20th century, mid-20th century, they're likely to be much higher because a large proportion of Muslim women did work in agricultural labor. And secondly, the more contemporary contextualization is necessary because of the Gulf migration, the male migration from these areas. So I just want to make that cautionary point. I'm making it publicly because it needs to be made publicly. The two other comments have been sent in as written comments to save time. Thank you very much.
This is to Jane Thomas. Sir, you mentioned that a lot of white-collar jobs are being given to women, but it seems to be not so, because a lot of white-collar jobs are being automated. So that digital labor costs women labor dearly. A lot of, even HR work is being automated or digitized. So your claim that a lot of services sector is driven by women is not so. Next to Taradar, Madam, you said that even before the advent of gig labor, now there was gig labor in Gujarat. That seems to be true because there could be the reason could be shadow banking, microfinancing. Is it so? These are the two questions.
Thank you. Shall we ask Jayan to respond, or would you like to take more questions? If there are more questions coming, please feel free to raise them right at this point. But then I'm trying to give, sorry sir, let me say, if there are more women willing to, I wish to give them priority. Did you want to raise a question? Please go ahead.
Shall I?
Hello.
Yeah?
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I had a question to Professor Taranaya. I was just wondering that you spoke about that when women are going into microfinancing, there's an increase in their different work participation in multiple works. When the loans, indebtedness of the households are increasing, to repay the loan, women are going into multiple works. So I was just thinking that is there a caste difference in these, and are SC/ST women going more into these multiple jobs, or is it similar for all women? And also I wanted to understand that when these women are going for multiple jobs, is there support from the household? I mean, how the husbands are reacting to such participation? These two questions, ma'am. Thank you.
That was a question that, addressed to Taranaya, right? Would you like to answer them? Sir, I mean, I was trying to direct the questions to the presenters so that we can come back to you later. So, I mean, if okay, are there questions related to microfinance and its role? Yes, sir, please.
I would like to know, this microfinance is looked upon as a panacea for women and empowerment of women. and what led to the type of situation you are describing in your presentation? I wanted to understand the process, which has redirected and deteriorated the original objective of microfinance.
All right, please, one more question. Yeah, on the question of microfinance, are you? Okay, now, we are trying to exhaust questions on microfinance. If there is any more. All right, we request Tara Nair to answer, and thereafter we'll come to. Sorry. He did not, you not desire, so I mean, using paper. No, maybe he said something about maybe you can discuss the basic concept, but then
Yeah, the first question actually I received was from Devika. It was a written question where she was saying that the kind of study that she is currently doing in Kerala perhaps supports most or all of what I described about Gujarat. But she was, her question was this: why are we then so badly missing this particular phenomenon of the kind of trends happening? And because the borrowers are women who are still not identified as economic subjects despite all the financial inclusion. I think it's definitely a very profound question, in the sense that, I have a feeling that women have come to assume a kind of a peculiar kind of subjectivity in development, and whenever we need something to be targeted and delivered, and we generally find women to be the most convenient because they are generally not questioning your approaches, and they are available. I think that we have been seeing right from the kind of the IRDP days. Women became a kind of a passive recipients and kind of conduits of any kind of developmental assistance. So I think that subjectivity, what kind of subjectivity that you ascribe to women in the current contemporary capitalism, is a question per se I think we need to explore. That's what I could say. I think these studies were done in very poor neighborhoods in Gujarat. These neighborhoods are essentially what we call as slums. In cities like in Ahmedabad, these slums are organized on caste lines. It's not, you will not be able to see a mixed neighborhood at all. You get into a Harijanwas, you get into a Thakorwas, you get into, so these are essentially caste sort of kind of enclaves. So I have chosen a representative number of such enclaves to do that. So mostly OBC and some of them SCs of these 31 households. You will not find many general caste or upper caste there. I think microfinance was considered to be a panacea of microfinance at some panacea of poverty alleviation at some point in historical time. But any intervention of that nature, it has evolved over time. People have learned. I think we must also understand that 25 years women were dealing with this this mechanism. They have also learned to deal with it and also to manipulate this. So institutionalization of microfinance has also led to certain kinds of behaviors among the recipients of this particular service. I think that has created, that has changed the ways of interacting with. So they're all very smart. I will not, when we say that they're passive recipients, I would say that they also know how to. How to really take care of, how to strategize, maybe 3 MFIs at the same time standing at your door. So I think that's something which happens with all kinds of institutionalized development interventions, is what I understand. So it is no longer perhaps what we imagined it was in the 1990s when I started getting excited about the sector. It's very different now. It's a completely financial business. The other question I just couldn't make out. Yeah, I think maybe I can deal with it a little later, because he's saying we will talk about it.
Thank you, Professor Tara Nair. Now, taking your permission for granted, I'm trying to cut short the discussions. Let me say, we have exceeded the time allotted to us, but therefore, one concession. Those of you who really want to make an answer to any of the points raised, please feel free to do that. 1 minute, okay?
Okay, thank you. I guess thank you for all the questions, especially to Vinod. And I guess all the 3 questions were related. It is about structural transformation. And what I was trying to say is that you had a earlier stage of industrialization, part of it export oriented, especially in China and East Asia, where stagnant wages or low wages was the main competitive advantage. And women were employed in very large numbers in South Korea, in China. Many scholars actually point out this was a case of segmented labor market, women particularly being employed in low wage sectors. Now, I think for changes that have happened, on the one side, there's a stagnation in export markets. 2, the question of automation. We are not going to witness the kind of job generation that had happened in China or in East Asia in the 80s and 70s. We now have to move into, it's a necessity for India, whether we like it or not. We have to move into a new structure, new economic structure, where obviously it has to be, I don't know what you want to call it, modern economic activities, knowledge intensive economic activities, high value adding economic activities. I think these are all sectors in which low wage is not going to be the advantage. Low wage is not going to be the advantage, and if it's still think that low wage is going to be our advantage, we are going to really miss it. Where certainly perhaps you're not, I don't know what you want to call it, but maybe your knowledge is the key. And these are also sectors where women have an equal chance. I think perhaps to answer your question, women certainly have an equal chance, perhaps even a greater chance than men in coming up with the new sectors. And I fully agree that the interventions have to be both supply and demand side. And I guess looking at all the papers, the main changes have to be made in public education, public health, public transport, public spaces, where for childcare and so on and so forth. These are very important, especially for Kerala, which is where the transformation has to be the fastest. Thank you.
Yes, some of the comments of my discussant, I agree. The dynamics of female labor force participation has to be captured. I actually looked at 7 years of PLFS data, what is happening, current weekly status. The flexibility, Ashwini Deshpande's paper, I agree, fabulous paper. And the point basically, I can also use NFHS and particularly time use survey data to come up with a better understanding of what is happening, agree. And the quality of childcare and household responsibilities is the reason. Yes, formalize the care work so that the transition will be smooth, that's the argument. There is this effort World Bank is doing, they are going to do it seems. Anganwadi timing is changing and age group is also to see to what extent we can provide the care, better care. And there are regional differences in Kudumbashri, but in my presentation I did not say that there is exclusion. I don't know what is happening there. We need to understand that's the process. All said and done, it is a PLFS data, government data by social group we need to understand. I strongly believe that. So that's it from my side. Thank you all for the comments.
Thank you all the presenters who made fascinating presentations, and we had sort of an interesting interdisciplinary dialogue on the burning issues of the day. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you and the CDS community management who made it possible. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for the session. There is a slight changes from the schedule. There will be a 10-minute tea break so that we can start our next session at 4 p.m. So tea will be served at Shamiana. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I know that, but then I was
Hold on to the stage.
I was trying to.
Please be back on time. Thank you.
we have to start the next session. Kindly come to Baker Auditorium. I repeat, we have to start the next session. Kindly come to Baker Auditorium. Welcome to the next session, Agriculture and Rural Economy. The session will be chaired by Professor K. Narayanan Nair, Emeritus Professor and former Director CDS. The paper titled New Village and its Political Economy will be presented by Professor P.S. Vijay Shankar, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Shivanada University, Delhi, and Dr. Ram Manohar Reddy, Editor, The India Forum, and the former Editor, EPW. Professor R. Ramkumar, School of Development Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, will be the discussant of the same.
Okay. May I request Vijay Shankar, Raji, Ram, and Raman Madhavan? I call them because all of their viewer contemporaries drinking from one glass. So, please. Somebody asked me, I have to be very strict, but I am the loose person here. I will tell you a little story for 1 minute. No, they are presenting in a paper on New Village, India and its political economy. If I go to my village, my native village, what happens is, in the evening, if I get into the streets, the village streets, ask somebody, where is that house? That person will say, Sare Bengali. Malayalam arilla. You see people sending money using mobile pay, all modern digitization, all these things. So, the village has undergone transformation. And I was tortured in the second half of the 1990s, studying the South Indian villages with Professor K. N. Raj and Professor Vaidyanathan. Did exhaustive survey of literature, organizing a lot of scholars in southern India, produced few volumes here, it is in the CDS library, focusing on how caste mediates the village economy and society. That is still important, but there are new forms of changes taking place. So I hope this is something they will be, in one sense, handling. And then Raji is, she is talking about, I hope she is talking about agriculture research, extension personnel, how it is now fallen into a sort of intermediate regime. Am I right? Something of the kind. So let us see which sense he is using the term intermediate regime here. So it is up to you. And the rules of the game are clear. I don't want to come with a stick. No, don't show that. They are self-restrained people. Please show. Don't complain to me later.
Presentation. Okay. Coming there? Okay. Good evening, everyone. So this paper is jointly written by me and my co-author, who all you know, Dr. Ram Manohar Reddy, the second floor Dada. He was referred to some time back. He's one of the second floor Dadas. So this paper is it's about changing villages. So my Ram is, of course, editor of India Forum. My thing is slightly a misnomer here. I'm actually a guest faculty in Shivananda University. I don't teach there. I do teach there, but I am a guest faculty. My main identity will be that after CDS, around 89, 90, I went off to Madhya Pradesh, and we settled in a village in the Narmada Valley, a tribal village, and worked there. So I lived and worked there for the last 30, 35 years. So I've been in villages. Even today I'm in a village. So that's the only thing which would probably make me, empower me or entitle me to speak about villages here. And this paper, and when I'm presenting in front of all of you, my teachers here, Shweta Mandal, Dr. Thomas Isaac, many of the people are here, Dr. Nagaraj, so many people are here. So as Tara mentioned, even though my appearance and look might look very different, I still feel like I am standing in front of Thomas Isaac with a chapter, waiting with trepidation for his comments. So this paper anyway takes off from the famous paper which was first referred to by Ramchandran in the opening session. It's a study of the village, Slater villages, what is known as Slater villages. Raj did an analysis of a village called Iruvel Padu, and I'm looking at, and then he wrote a paper called Village India and Its Political Economy. This was in 1976. So after that, around from 1990 onwards, I've been seeing villages. So this is a kind of humble experience that I've learned, and Ram, of course, knows villages very intimately. So how the villages have changed, that's what we are trying to say. And there are two type of changes we are talking about. One is the change of the village itself, how the village itself has become something very different from what it was 30 years ago. Second is the approach to study villages, which relates to the question of caste that we mentioned yesterday. Did Raj talk about caste? Did he know about caste? Was he born with a silver spoon that he never experienced caste-based discrimination? Of course he knew everything. He was experienced also. But somehow in that analysis of economists of that generation, caste did not figure the way it figures now. Gender also did not figure in the way it figures now, which Suraj also pointed out yesterday. With all the limitations, I mean, the caste was mostly closely related to land that time. And Raj was trying to look at the village and its political economy specifically. Not the change in itself, but what are the forces, power relations, who controls the village, what is the dominant class or group there, and how they are interacting with others. And caste and land came together in that. That was the way we put it. So we propose to catch both these changes, not only the changes in the villages itself, and also changes in the approach to study villages, how to capture those. So our central argument is that village remains. 800 million people, 80 crore people today are living in villages in India, and villages are going to be very important, even though they are changing. They are still dynamic spaces where social groups, classes live, and they are constantly interacting with each other. For this study, I've used material from many other village studies. I mean, Slater villages are not the only one, which have been surveyed and resurveyed many times. You must have heard of Palanpur, which is a village in UP near Moradabad. That has been repeatedly studied by Himanshu and many others. And many other studies are mentioned here, including our own commentator of our paper, Mr. Ram Kumar and his colleague Pallavi Chauhan. So many studies are there. So the material draws from that. And it also draws from the work of Jan Bremen in Gujarat villages, and Judith Hare and Vijay Bhaskar in Kongunad, which is near Coimbatore, and V.K. Ramachandran and Madhura Samidadan's group, Foundation for Agrarian Studies. They had studied some 17, 18 villages across India, including Kaveri Delta, what he was mentioning yesterday. So there's a kind of insight from all that. So briefly, if you look at, there's many things in the paper. Paper is fairly long, so I'm not going to all that. For want of time, I'll only make 4 or 5 points which need to be looked at, which can be flagged for discussion. Land, as you know, is central to villages in India, and land power and caste power normally used to go together. Upper caste people used to own land, and they were the landlords controlling of the village. And the central figure of landlord was the imagination of village for a very long time. Now, over time, partly because of land reform, I would say, we normally say land reform failed. But land reform has failed to, succeeded to break up the bigger estates. Zamindari, Jagirdari, Malgusari in Madhya Pradesh, Janmi, what you used to call in Kerala, these structures have largely disappeared. The landlordism has disappeared. Landlords have not disappeared. That's an important point. Caste has changed the way it operates. Now it's operates in many other ways apart from directly through land. Basically, we find that people owning more than 10 hectares, there is nobody like that in the villages. That hardly forms them 2-3% of the population. So upper classes who owning land, many of them have moved out of agriculture. I'll come back to that story. And the land holding distribution has generally been scaled down. People are not moving out of agriculture. Average holding is coming down. So bigger holdings are being broken up. And in their place, you have a proliferation of small and marginal farmers. It's a common wisdom. Everybody now says 86% of India's farming population is small and marginal. But 86% means 60% of that 86%, sorry, total of 60% out of that total 86% is actually what you call marginal farmer. Marginal farmer has land of something like 1 hectare or less than that. So in terms of numbers, the total farming population in India is supposed to be 10 crores, of which 9 crores are supposed to be small and marginal. 6 or 7 crore will be the marginal farmer who have very small land. So obviously land size is not enough. In the earlier presentation, sociologists have given this to a very beautiful name called pluri-activity. That same household doing multiple things. That has become a norm there, including non-farm and village wage work, etc. Many people have done this. And the person actually who foresaw this in a very insightful paper in 1990 was also one of the co-founders of CDS, the guide to Dr. Isaac and Dr. Ramreddy, etc., N. Krishnaji. In that 1990 paper, which is actually his Daniel Thorner Memorial Lecture, he highlighted the demographic factor. Oh, already 5 minutes, okay, yeah. And the people migrating, moving into multiple activities and doing various things, including wage work. So this small and marginal farmers are actually doing a lot of wage work, and that has meant that at the other end of the spectrum, while landlords have displayed at the top line, that bottom level, this distinction between Kisan and Mazdoor, the worker and the laborer, is gradually disappearing. And they are merging, coming together in what could be called the working poor. That is a term that Kannan and other people have used in this NCEU's report, National Commission on Unorganized Enterprises. So that is the kind of large mass of population that village has. So this is the kind of contradiction, opposition that we have. On the one hand, we have former landlords who have changed, and you have new landlords who have come in. And then you have the large mass of small and marginal farmers who are coming. Along with that, there's a story of the rise of non-farm economy. Many people have mentioned that. But in non-farm economy, there are two processes. We have discussed in Jain's discussion, Binod's Abrahamka discussion and all that, we talked a lot about diversification of labor. But there's an equally important, if not more, diversification of capital. This is what has happened. The why I say landlordism has disappeared. Landlords have not disappeared. The former upper caste, the landed people, have sort of reinvented themselves and become new capitalists in the village. You call them kulaks, but I think the term is rather not correct. So these big landlords, capitalists, are actually diversifying. So the rise of non-farm economy is not of only labor going out of agriculture and doing something else. It's more importantly diversification of the capital. The rural capital is now diversifying. And what are they diversifying into? They are accumulating surplus in the agriculture, but now doing many other things. Infrastructure development, tourism industry, trade, money lending, agro-commercial capital, many other forms this village capital is taking, which is the form that regional capital has taken. In a conference that Dr. Nagaraj has organized, going to organize in January, we'll be talking more about this regional capital. I'm working on that particular issue. Sitting in Madhya Pradesh, agrarian capitals are there. They have accumulated huge surplus, but they have not moved into industry like they have done in Karnataka or Andhra Pradesh or something. What are they doing there? They are doing these kind of things. There's a huge diversification at that level. And basically, those people don't have much of an interest in the village. In a way, you can say there's a top strata of the village right now who are basically into non-farm activities, including agriculture, and then aligned to international interests through agro-commercial capital. And other end of the spectrum, you have this vast army or small and marginal farmers who also double up as workers, wage laborers, a merger of that. The working poor on the one side and this on the other. This is the kind of situation that I'm facing. You may ask which village am I referring to. This is an overall picture that I'm finding. Another important aspect is the ecological destruction, the whole thing, transformation, the decline of agriculture, the rise of non-farm is happening in the context of a huge change in the natural resource context. Natural resource, I mean land, water, and commons. These are the three things. I myself worked on water for a very long time. So all the groundwater depletion story, land degradation, all those things that you hear about, how that pushes people more into debt. Many studies are there mentioned in the paper. And in livestock, I'll just mention one point that increasingly, because of increasing mechanization on the one hand and the spread of this milk economy, Dr. Narayan Nair is here. He had done many phenomenal studies. Christopher Das also has studied. Because of the livestock, the milk economy has become, dairy industry has become so big that it has completely overshadowed other forms of livestock. And the livestock economy has become completely separate from agriculture. Earlier, the agricultural waste, so-called waste of agriculture, which is basically the grass which is left, that used to go to livestock system. Livestock system, milk and gobar, etc., used to come to agriculture system. Now that link is completely broken because there's no commons. You can't keep cattle there. And machines are doing most of the work. So this is also a very important thing in which all these changes are happening. And lastly, I have to make two more additional points. One is that the increasing role of the state. By state, I mean, as Geeta mentioned, not state government, the state as it is, the entity called the state, which is making huge amount of public investments in rural areas, which has been making. There are Prime Minister's Gram Sadak Yojana, which is a very popular program, making road program. There's an immensely popular program called rural housing. If it's coming on center, it's called Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. If it comes on state level, it's called Mukhyamantri Awas Yojana. Many Mukhyamantri take that money and rename it. But it's an immensely popular program. Then you have MGNREGA, then you have Food Security Act, providing free food to 80 crore people. Then you have huge amount of subsidies flowing into agriculture, direct cash transfers, PM Kisan Samman Nidhi with a budget of 60,000 crores every year. All these things are coming in. And local decentralization has happened in many places. Kerala it has happened, as I would say, in many major ways. But even in North India, North Indian villages, panchayats have come into play. They are very powerful entities and they're getting more funds than what they used to get earlier. Which will not be saying much, but still they have power, and this is a transition kind of thing. And taking from Ramkumar and other people's work, the larger flow of institutional credit, bank credit into the villages. Tara mentioned about MFI, but I think if you compare it with the flow of bank credit to the villages, I think it will be by an order of magnitude. Yeah. So that is, in this context of changing villages, with large landlord disappearing, reappearing as agrarian capitalists, diversified agrarian capital, small and marginal farmers merging together with agricultural labor, forming a large army of working poor, ecological context changing, more government funds coming in, and more forms of governmental repression although, displacement. Tribal areas may, because of dam is constructed, a lot of people get displaced. Many things of that, many faces of state are also visible there. And in that, how did caste, class, and other combinations behave in the whole context, which is a large discussion. I don't think we have time to get into that. I've given some hints, we have given some hints in the paper, that a lot of things about feminization of agriculture, those things have been told already here. Due to migration, the people have moved out. Now this road construction, when it happened, PM Sadak Yojana, one important thing that is increased the physical mobility of the labor. They can actually take a bike. I stay near Bhopal, 40 kilometers. I see people from my village getting up in the morning, taking a bike, going to Bhopal, coming back in the evening. So labor movement also has changed. And because of all this, the kind of loosening of the caste structure, to some extent caste structure is loosened, which gives an opportunity for the backward caste. As you know, the entire entire North India faced this kind of huge OBC mobilization after Mandal Commission, and various middle castes like Jats in Rajasthan, Yadavs in UP and Bihar, Patidars in Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, Marathas in Maharashtra, Lingayas in Karnataka, Irvas in Kerala, and Severs and Gaundars, many other castes in Tamil Nadu. The middle castes have come up. Though earlier, erstwhile upper caste, their role has got diminished. So that's a big change which is happening, which can also be seen as a process of democratization. It opens up spaces. Now change happens very slowly. There is no big revolution which is going to happen, which is going to change our villages overnight. But slowly, these things are changing. And there are multiple dimensions to that. Some of them are positive, some of them negative. A long discussion has taken place about gender-based or women's work. So I need not get into that. We can generally know that the upper caste people, former upper caste, who had powerful networks, when they were diversifying, many of the upper caste women get educated. And they move into formal sectors. That is the 8% that Jayan was mentioning, doing IT and all that. This is if all the women who are doing it, is the upper caste women who are migrating into those jobs, high-paying, non-farm jobs. And what are the lower class of people, the people who are in the economically vulnerable sections, what are they doing? Women are largely stuck in agriculture, men may be migrating out. So you have the phenomenon of what's called feminization of agriculture. 70% of the women in India are working in land. They are farmers. But the interesting thing is that they don't have a recognition. हिंदी में बोलते हैं उनको दर्जा नहीं मिलता उसका क्योंकि उनके ऊपर ज़मीन नहीं है. They don't have land in their name. Only 14% of women in India have land. I'm just concluding. Yeah. So this is the kind of dynamic context which is happening. My purpose is to say that when you look at North India from a Kerala perspective, it looks like nothing is changing, everything is the same. It's not. Things are changing. Change is incremental, slowly happening. But in all that, what is the long-term thing that we can think about? I can talk about many other things, how the balance of power is changing, OBCs, Dalits are mobilized, many things are happening. Panchayat, the decentralization is also happening. But one thing I feel is that when we look into the future, we tend to look only at agriculture. In our imagination of a sustainable future, when you talk about, Rajiv will be talking about natural farming, or we practice something called nature positive farming. In the village of future, 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, farm is at the center. I think the farm-centric vision of sustainability has to change, because farms are changing, villages are changing, villages are increasingly becoming non-agricultural. So agriculture and rural is no longer going together. So when we look forward 10 years ahead, I think we need to have a vision of sustainability which moves beyond agriculture and embraces non-farm also. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. It's always a pleasure to come back to CDS, where I received my first academic job in my career in 2005. So thank you very much for inviting me for this meeting and join you all. I am also thankful to the director for requesting me to speak on this particular paper, which is very close to my heart, which is close to my work as well. So my comments are largely in agreement with most of the points made by Dr. Vijay Shankar and Dr. Reddy. But I would like my points to be considered as sort of pushing the borders on the other side, extending the discussion a little bit on what all this essentially means for the Indian countryside, its politics and its future. My first point is that Professor Raj, when he wrote that paper in 1976, considered a set of studies which were the Slater villages and those kinds of studies. But it's very important to understand that while every empirical insight from every village study is very important, there are multiple types of village studies that we may have to agree are there. There are of the Mann Slater, Harold Mann, Gilbert Slater tradition of village studies is one tradition of village studies which Professor Raj used. But there are also other village studies which provide very interesting insights from other ideological or theoretical perspectives which add value to the argument or the inferences that we want to make. There are social anthropological based village studies by Srinivas and others. There are Marxist village studies, and there are village studies which are primarily neoclassical economics in their orientation, which is where I would put the Palanpur village study, where basically you take a hypothesis and test it in the village, rather than more in an explorative fashion try to understand the village economy and its society. So there are different types of village studies, and how you look at these village studies is important depending on where you are coming from. I come from a particular perspective in all this, and that will certainly inform my comments as well. The second important point that I wanted to make is related to a point that they made where land concentration continues to be a reality in all the studies that we have seen. It's very important to note that land concentration, the problem of land concentration is not just an economic problem, it is also a social problem, it is also a political problem. And it's a combination of all this that makes it a very difficult terrain to sort of maneuver in village politics. Land concentration particularly has a caste dimension, which Dr. Raj was interested in many of his work. In 1969, Journal of Development Planning, he had a paper on caste and occupations, which was probably the first in Indian economic history where caste and occupation were linked together from the NSS database. That's something that he was interested in. So in this particular context, I would like to say that the presence of land concentration and the concentration of land in the hands of a few upper caste households continues to constitute an important barrier to the expansion of human freedoms in rural India as well as agricultural production. In terms of caste, land remains the material basis of caste discrimination and exploitation in rural areas, where Dalits and Adivasis are regularly targeted by upper caste landholding sections. Upper caste landholders do not just oppose the redistribution of ceiling surplus land in villages, but even the distribution of government land or wasteland or house sites to Dalits, and even the distribution of land near the forests to Adivasis. Upper caste groups also continue to discriminate against Dalits and Adivasis on a variety of issues such as access to village roads, entry into temples, use of wells, and freedom to dine and marry across caste groups. In essence, social intercourse is severely restricted, leading to a shrinkage of freedoms to the upper caste or oppressed caste groups. So it is clear, and I would like to add this dimension to the paper, that the annihilation of caste in rural India cannot be envisaged in the absence of an intensification of village level class struggle. I think that's a very important point that must be noted. But this whole history of land, labor, caste, etc. has been complicated today by the processes of economic globalization, economic liberalization, and so on. You basically have a situation where you have a steady weakening of public institutional support to agriculture. Dr. Vijay Shankar mentioned that public investment has increased in agriculture and rural areas. Well, data doesn't support that argument. As a share of agricultural GDP or GVA, you see an absolute stagnation of public investment in agriculture, may it be in roads, may it be in buildings, may it be in research, may it be in extension, or even irrigation. So what you essentially see is a rise in private investment in agriculture, in the purchase of tractors, in the purchase of farmhouses, in the purchase of more and more fertilizers, in the purchase of drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation equipment. There's a set of new technologies that have emerged where new generations of farmers or farming households have heavily invested. So what essentially this leads to is that the story of distress or crisis that we try to tell of Indian villages is not necessarily a story of uniformity. It's not a rural versus urban struggle in any form. The rural is heterogeneous in multiple ways, and this heterogeneity must be taken into account in our discussions. So that's this other point that I wanted to make. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's over. Okay, fine. So this point is very. So I'll end with two sentences. No, I'll end with two sentences. The point I wanted to make was that the entry of liberalization and globalization has made the terrain of rural politics very complex, and these complexities essentially mean that you today have sections of the Indian countryside which do not oppose any of these policies in the same way as you would expect them to, while at the same time the very same policies create enormous distress in the countryside. They push farmers' incomes to the margins, they push landlessness to higher levels, they raise the levels of proletarianization in the countryside. But while all this is true, what is also true is that many new technologies, BT cotton for example, or sprinkler irrigation, drip irrigation, or multiple other changes in the forces of production in agriculture have made the rural economy and society and its social structure very complex. And this complexity must be taken into account in our discussions on what the village was then and what the village is now. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Professor Narayan Nair, as the chair, and friends, colleagues, teachers. Like Tara said, we're all very nervous when we speak here in CDS. But you know, one of our teachers, K.K. Subramaniam, used to say, if you speak in CDS, then you can go and speak anywhere else, right? So if you get through a presentation here. So yeah, my paper kind of takes, well, follows on some of the things that Viju said just now. Well, there is, well, let's say, theoretically, it's a much larger question of agriculture and its contribution to the economy, right? As development happens, agriculture should shrink and shrink and shrink and become 1%, 2% of value added in the economy if you're developed, and maybe about 3% at best of the labor force. That is development, right? So one, we have a set of questions about that. And two, this paper focuses on a very small segment of that larger argument, which is about the intermediate class, which is something that Professor Raj worked on, and we have a great paper from that. I just want to say two things. One is that I'm going to look at a specific segment of the intermediate class, but we'll talk about how, as Professor Narayan Nair said, how you're going to, in what sense are you using intermediate class when you bring in agricultural research and extension actors into this. I haven't worked on agricultural research and extension in some time now, because I realized that 20 years of writing this for the agricultural science community, nobody was really reading the stuff I was writing, not from the agricultural science community. But some ecologists were, some economists were, so that's where I am now. But as my supervisors, both G.N. Krishnan and Shirajib Sen were very clear about this, that there is a way in which the sciences play a role in economic decision making, just as economic framing influences the content of sciences. So that's why we're going with this argument now. So I'm just going to skip to two recent news reports that appeared. Very recent, 2024. Yeah, one appeared in September, one appeared in July. And both of them tell us that, well, ICAR, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, let's say the ultimate, the council that leads everything about agricultural science in this country, that they're giving in more and more to private contracts as a problem, and we should actually be addressing this. Series of protest notes, some of which came to all of us, work on agriculture, to sign petitions. The second one also the same. What I want to say is that some of us have been saying this for years, that public sector agricultural science has not really been very public. I mean, the publicness of it has been kind of steadily eroded since the 1970s. And, well, the reasons why it's been eroded and what we see as, well, the way in which a particular class, in particular, the professional class component of the intermediate class, helped institutionalize, well, its own position in the state, constitute the state, and also gain from the state. That's what this paper is about, how the intermediate class works through the agricultural sciences to consolidate its position within the state and also gain from it, right? So it takes from Professor Raj's paper, and it uses Kalesky's intermediate class, intermediate regime, a form of state capitalism, and focuses specifically on the mid-20th century. That is how the, well, newly independent countries, Kalesky uses Egypt, Indonesia, India. What we see is, well, in the 1940s, 50s, when these countries were independent, these, well, maybe not independent, but coming out of colonialism, there was a professional class that was already educated. I mean, let's recall that Britain had, well, public sector funded agricultural science, agricultural education in this country, in their empire, before they had it in their home ground, right? In 1910 is when a pot of what they called whiskey money was sanctioned by a sleepy parliament for public sector science in Britain. But they had public sector science in this country in 1860s, 1870s. So we're talking about the ways in which there was a class that is a middle class that was already from reasonably educated families, that was already, well, aware of the potential of these, well, kind of middle class jobs, research, the ways in which, well, you could gain from it, you could actually raise the voice of science to reason with the state, and all that was, the elements of these were already floating around. So this paper actually looks at 2 points. One is the ICAR and its institutionalization and the ways in which the 1940s to 60s and 1960s to 80s actually develops. I just want to draw attention to two points related to this, which is something that I say is part of the larger argument. That is, we look at, well, how a professional class institutionalizes its hold on the state. But we're also looking at the ways in which the overall evolution of the state-agriculture relationship happens over time. So in another piece of work that I did, I've classified this into, again, after a discussion with Professor G.S. Bhalla and disagreeing with him that the growth rates were the way to, because he's done this three types of, three phases in Indian agriculture based on the growth rate of agriculture, saying that that's not the way to look at it, that it should be based on the relationship between agriculture and the state, which is what gives us a real idea of how the state, a real feel of how the state and the sector evolved together and how they influenced each other. This threefold classification also tells us what was, one, expected of the state and what the state expected from agriculture, right? So agriculture as the basis of all development, the Nehruvian idea, then the slightly pre-independence period to the mid-1960s, the 1960s period, modernization of agriculture for development, and the contending alternatives, where you see the hold of the professional class establishing itself, that is, where the professional class says that this is where we want to, well, close doors, like for instance, entry into admissions into state agriculture universities or jobs in state agriculture university. You have to have a BSc agriculture degree to qualify for postgraduate or PhD admissions in the agricultural sciences. So entry barriers, that is institutionalization of certain ways of working within the sciences, right? So in terms of, reflecting on some of the institutional questions that were raised earlier in this seminar, we need to look at the ways in which the agricultural sciences, the scientists, the professional community creates these rules and norms. Yeah? So, like I said, these are the two periods that we're looking at. The two features that we're going to look at is, or the paper looks at, is acquiring the ways in which the professional class goes about acquiring, building, and credentializing human capital. What I said, like you close doors for certain kinds of people, you ensure that the gains from, employment and gains in particular, accrue only to a particular qualification that you have, right? Also the ways of evaluation, the ways in which evaluation itself is conducted within the agricultural sciences. Now, the second handle that we use to analyze this institutionalization is the ways in which expertise and authority are institutionalized within the domestic state and the international state. That is the international, that is the ways in which we all know the story of the Green Revolution. The two things that happened, in the period that I'm talking, 1940s to 60s and 60 to 80s, is one, there was a high degree of centralization and consolidation of the agricultural sciences itself. That is because of these two processes that were set in place, rules and norms that were developed by the agricultural science community itself, but with the support of certain classes in the state. So the Kaliskian use of, let's say the intermediate class, which Raj also uses, has two major components. One is, of course, the rich peasantry and the lower middle class. And in the lower middle class, Kelesi makes a difference, or let's say differentiates between a lower strata and an upper strata. And this upper strata of the middle class, the professional middle class, goes about drafting certain rules and norms that give themselves the space, a piece of the cake, and the ways in which you can make the gains come forever from what they see as what they have as their property, which is the intellectual property, that is the credentialization part of it, right? So one of the things that is done in the second part, that is in the institutionalization process, is certain decisions made where science itself, that is the content of science itself, is being dictated by certain norms of this gain making. For instance, the ways in which you can subsidize a tractor. You heard mention of the kinds of capital that's being built into the system, right? You can't do the same with, let's say, certain agronomic practices. You can't do the same with certain kinds of, well, land care or biodiversity conservation practices, which is again knowledge that is embodied in a different part of the production system, which is people, well, their local knowledge, whatever, but not capital, yeah? So that is embodied capital, as that becomes the carrier of, well, all state schemes. In another network that we work with, we call it the supply syndrome. The state becomes an actor that is a supplier. Subsidized supply of goods, technologies is what the state does. Almost every scheme that the state does. Yeah? So in this process, that is in the centralization process, what you see is what was in the 1940s a kind of insignificant little society with a tiny little grant from the state meant for coordination, the ICAR, becomes this humongous organization, becomes this extremely centralized and huge organization. The 1940s or 60s phase is when it actually builds the potential for that, though it still gets a very thin sliver of money flowing from the agricultural produce cess, which was a tiny little cess collected from commodities that were exported from the country, from the empire. Now, after the 1960s, the council steadily grows, and now, after the State Agriculture University is established, after, again, the international state influences a lot of decision-making about agricultural education and technical content of that education in the states, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research becomes the large body, not just coordinating research, but funding and conducting research, and, well, transforming the content of science. And then that is what is problematic. That is, what is problematic is, well, let me put it this way, that in order to make sure that your income from your property is ensured, you have to ensure that certain rules and norms are in place that respect this property, right? That make the value added from that property, which is, again, Burdon says this, so why can't you count intellectuals as, well, the rentier class, that is people who make money out of the property they own, right? So if you have income coming in from property, and that is intellectual property and your labor, the intermediate class is one that gets more income from the sale of its free wage labor to, well, whoever is controlling it, than you'd get from your property. That's the standard, well, let's say, explanation that the Killiskian argument is, that is the intermediate class makes sure that it gets, well, a large chunk of its income from the sale of its labor, yeah? But what you see happening here is the intermediate class, that is here, the professional system. It's not just an Indian case, which I must say, it's an international case, that is internationally, the agricultural science community, well, makes sure that its labor influences natural resources, financial capital, well, knowledge itself, that is the content of physical capital and knowledge itself, that science and physical capital, all four are influenced by, that is the property that you have, the value that you have in terms of the knowledge system, the content of science. For instance, you move from defensive research to offensive research. You don't do research on, well, the plants or, let's say, the animal or whatever biological, well, investment you have. Its ability to withstand a wide range of pests and diseases. That used to be the way in which, well, pathology research was conducted, right? You move from defensive properties, or focusing on a defensive approach, to you move to an offensive approach, where the only concern is the incremental response of that plant or animal to unit input added, right? And that becomes the pattern. And that becomes the pattern that not just changes or ensures incremental returns for the professional class from the kind of equipment sold, but also changes the content of science. That is a big problem, because right now we have a situation where the agricultural sciences, as we saw, is lending itself to private contracts, and people are now protesting about it, though it was a pattern that was there right from the 1970s. Right? And two, agricultural science, agricultural production system itself has become a problem where it kind of, well, 6 of the 9, well, non-transgressible or inviolable planetary boundaries, biophysical boundaries, Earth system boundaries that we are all bound by, 6 of them, 6 of the 9 of these boundaries have been violated by just agricultural production. So there's a way in which that is the content of science is hurting not just the agriculture sector, again, the gains that the professional sector has now, because now they have to contract themselves out to the private sector, right? So it's also destroying our planetary abilities to survive. Now, the last part, well, the paper concludes with 2 points. One is about the inability of the professional, well, agricultural scientists to change. that is they're kind of locked into the system now. Natural farming, as Viju mentioned, is important. The government of India has asked a big network that we work with, the RRI network, to bring the ICAR on board. That was a statement from the PMO, saying if you bring the ICAR on board, we are willing to launch the natural farming project, National Commission on Natural Farming. But how is the ICAR going to come on board? It can't. It does not have the ability to come up with a research agenda, the content of science. I'm not even talking about, well, capital or technologies. Even the content of knowledge that needs to go into natural farming is beyond them now. So we are talking about a system that has painted itself into a corner, and some of it, again, some of these problems you can trace back to the ways in which this intermediate class in the agricultural sector was, well, created its association with the rich peasantry. I mean, there are some stories in the paper about how, B. Shivaraman, the then secretary of the Green Revolution times, nobody talks about B. Shivaraman, the bureaucrat. Everybody talks about Swaminathan and C. Subramaniam, right? B. Shivaraman sends wagon loads of the Mexican seed to all the states. Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat return the seeds. They say, take it back, we don't need it in our state, we have other seeds. What he does is he sends it to the Bharat Krashak Samaj, he sends it to the Young Farmers Association and MP, and they take up the seeds. That is modernization, incentivization for capital, that is more capital intensive technologies, with these Young Farmers Association, with the rich peasantry in Central India, in, well, South India too, was already in place when the Green Revolution was launched. So that is, there was a history to that, of course, the Ford Foundation programs and so on. But the last point that I want to make is that the Schultzian argument, that is Schultz's, well, in some sense, well, a slightly sad and distorted contribution to agriculture needs to be questioned too. And we can question that only through a better understanding of the ways in which the intermediate class operates, how it operates through the content of science and how it operates with the state, right? Institutionalizing itself within the state. The creation of two kinds of human capital. One capital that is one kind of human capital that has to be, well, invested, that public investment in agricultural sciences to generate the technologies, that's one kind of human capital. The second kind of human capital that Schultz advises about, again, his work, Nobel Prize winning work, is about, well, the kind of human capital that has to be incentivized, that is the rational poor peasant, who happens to be a rational creature, yeah, who has to be incentivized to adopt these technologies. So Schultzian argument that comes into and is institutionalized in public programs, as Kellersky would say, as again, Joan Robinson's piece about Kellersky would say, needs to be questioned. We can't take these theories for granted anymore. And intermediate classes, the ways in which it's constituted and it behaves, helps us, well, opens up a door for us to see what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
In that it brings to center stage, and we did talk about it, not as much in length, as detailed as we would have wished, because of various reasons. Sanjay Baru did talk about it. Brings to center stage the intermediate regime paradigm, and above all underlines the need for revisiting the paradigm for an appropriate nuanced characterization of the emerging class coalition and the Indian state. This is the first of its kind, and I think that's what is important. Raji's study is first of its kind to deploy this concept to understand how the class collaboration shapes the trajectory of this particular sector and the rise of the professional class. The focus on professional class is particularly significant. Raji's documentation of how their access to credentialized education helped them generate rents and importantly also shape techno-economic trajectory of Indian agriculture is insightful. Now, Bhaskar's critical comments or critical engagement, shall I say, with Raji's paper, which is what follows now, for want of time, has to be seen in the light of the contemporary developments in the larger Indian political economy and in particular the agrarian political economy. Basically, Bhaskar's major contention is that Raji's work on the IR draws upon the data between 1940s and 80s, and he feels he raises this larger issue whether the IR paradigm is equally relevant to the post-80 and post-liberalization regime, that is about 4 decades from there, 1990s to 2022. The paper focuses primarily on the period between the 40s and 80s, though it does talk about the recent crisis in agriculture, but some changes since the 1990s may be worth taking on board. Of course, state capitalism does not exist in the way it did when Raj and Bardhan were theorizing. The professional class is now no longer merely part of the bureaucracy, but is also expanded through a growing class of professionals in the private corporate sector. But the agriculture bureaucracy has definitely weakened. Importantly, Bhaskar also makes another very important point, that the power of the agrarian elites appears to have come down in relative terms compared to the Indian big business and the professional class. While Bardhan and Rajeshwari do talk about the diversification of economic activities of rich farmers into the non-farm economy, much of the and I think Vijay Shankar also talked about this, much of the diversification does not particularly translate into high road path. This is especially true of large farmers in northern India. The transition has been slow or inadequate to compensate for the decline in landed power in relative terms to the dominant classes in the non-agricultural sector. Large owners or tractor capitalists, as Bhaskar would define them, who had made up about 15% of the landholders and controlled 61% of the total cultivated land in 1970-71, has drastically shrunk and come down to 4%, controlling only 29% by 2015-2016. Another factor to be considered is the dwindling capital formation within agriculture. Despite increases in agricultural output, the share of agriculture and gross capital formation has consistently fallen. Another important point that Bhaskar makes is the terms of trade have hardly been in favor of agriculture since 1990s. Assuming that it indeed worked in favor of the large capitalist farmers of the 1980s, this is clearly no longer the case. Even the recent protests against the proposed farm laws were driven by a fear of being subsumed by large corporate capital. The fact that this fear persists after more than 4 decades post-Green Revolution suggests that all is not well with the segment of the intermediate class, which seems to have had a lot of economic agency in the past. So how do we explain that this decline in relative power? The professional classes, on the other hand, appear to have gained, especially with returns to human capital, tending to be higher compared to physical capital, especially land in agriculture. So the proposed confluence of interest between the professional classes and the agrarian rich may need to relook in the current context. there is also need to look into the nature of the agrarian trajectory that India has witnessed, in which Raji documents at length. He argues that the use of hybrid seeds, fertilizer, pesticides, water as a technology, this entire high technology model or complex is not unique to India. He draws upon the case of China and Korea and seems to argue that China and Korea seem to have not done much better than India, arguing that, of course, but we do know that even in states where land reforms have been implemented more effectively, the traditional statist indicators of agricultural efficiency are not as good as that compared to these countries. Is it possible to explain this in terms of the conflict between segments of intermediate classes, or the relationship between the intermediate classes and other dominant property classes in the context of India?
Yeah, thank you.
So these are.
I will reserve my comments towards the end. First, I'll invite comments on the paper by our Ram and Sivasankar. Please. Supal.
Very good paper, but this is regarding your observation about Kisan Mazdoor Ekta. I don't think you can draw such an inference from macro averaged profile of an Indian farmer. I always say India is like 15 different countries tied together into one, and many more if you talk of agriculture. So I think we should not take this impression, and this is very clearly evident in the previous agitation that farmers and workers could not stick together for a long time. So I think there is an inherent class conflict there. When you work as a worker, you are a worker. You are not somebody's bhaichara. So I think you need to keep in mind that landed and landless cannot afford to come together in this country because there are overlaps of caste, class, and many other sources of power. So I think we should not oversimplize, overgeneralize this based on this average farmer profile of a farmer family getting 40% or more from wage work, which is as good as from crop work. I would just exercise some caution there. Thank you.
Anybody here?
Sorry, one simple question based on Ram's and Vijay Shankar's paper. You point that there is an alignment of capital, international with the local, using the surplus extracted possibly by the local landholders. Which are the ways in which that alignment manifests itself? Which way does that alignment of international capital, if it is there, come into surface? No, did I, Ram, was it incomprehensible?
Yeah, Chiranjeev.
I just had a question for Raji's paper. No, I think it's very interesting that you brought the intermediate class argument into the sphere of science. But there was one problem I couldn't quite understand, which is your statement that the ICR system simply cannot change. That seems like a very, very strong statement. It could. And if there is such a constraint, what should it be? That's a broad issue. Like in your own research that you did earlier, you saw how the ICR itself had changed. So if you take a longer view, this other thing can happen. The next question was with respect to the split in the intermediate class. Essentially what you're saying I think is very important, that the middle class itself has got split. And the avenues in this particular, in the bureaucratic space has been through the education system and the science mechanism. But equally possible that another branch of the middle intermediate regime, such as the one that Vijay Shankar and others and many of you are completely engaged in. That is the people who are working in the NGO sector, who are, for them, it is not at all difficult if they are well mobilized and well organized, to actually launch a different kind of a scientific movement, which the possibility of which I think is very promising and should not be ignored.
Hello. Actually, in both the papers, the focus was on the intermediate classes and the emerging castes, that is, the backward castes who are coming up. But then, the focus on the higher realms of the agrarian sector was not there in both the papers. And actually, the perspective on intermediate regime by K.N. Raj was very seriously contested by EMS Namboodiripad very quickly within a period of 1 year itself in Economic and Political Weekly itself. And if you come to, I'm just giving you an example. If you come to the case of Kerala itself, Kerala is known to be quite a model thanks to the work by CDS people also. And here we have 2 big plantations, that is, Harrison Malayalam plantations, owning around, owning 54,943 acres of land. And then there is Tata Tea and the other group which was created by Tata Tea, 105,000 acres of land. So, the upper segment of the agrarian sector is very heavy.
Can you put the question?
Yeah, so I am saying,
Question to them.
why not focus on the upper segment? Because after 1991 with LPG, neoliberal reforms, you have the corporate sector being privileged. I felt better when Vijay Bhaskar's comments came. So I think this is the direction in which we need to think.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Gilbert Sebastian. I teach at Central University of Kerala.
Rajit,
Hello, I think a question to Rajashree. If you look at the last 3-4 decades, there is an influence of environmentalism in agricultural science. Can we see this influence as a kind of organic response to the environmental crisis? Or is there a kind of ideological or certain kind of professional class interest behind it? Because I think this attraction towards natural farming, organic farming, etc., needs a lot more questioning and lot more kind of critical thinking. And I think in that context also probably there is a need to disentangle the professional class interest, ideological interest there.
Okay, we have to limit the comments.
Rajit, the concept of intermediate regime arises because certain historical conjunctures. This class is able to assert a level of autonomy independent of the dominant classes. And that's what the critique of EMS was, that it's not the dominant classes are ruling. But globalization implies that the intermediate class loses this autonomy completely. Now you are totally dependent upon the dictates of international capital and the process of globalization. So now their role could be declining. That's why perhaps ICAR is now going on signing away.
Okay.
So it's the end of the intermediate regime.
So, here.
Yeah. My question also to Professor Raina. I was holding on because I thought you only asked taking questions on the paper first. Anyway, my question is very similar to the point that Isaac was just making, that, you know, your discussion is up to 1980, these two periods you made. And the discussant's comments said that if you extend it to the present, the next 40 years or so, what would you say? And I put it in the context of what yesterday Sanjay Baru said, that intermediate regime, which is a transitional thing, has now withered away because the bureaucracy, the so-called independent class, has now been co-opted by the capitalist class, whether domestic or international capital. That's a similar point that. So I'd like to know what you think. Is it still independent or is it also kind of co-opted?
Shall we close down these comments?
Okay. My comments are applicable to both the papers. And it's related to what Vijay Bhaskar has told, and then Dr. Isaac was also mentioning. Since 1990, we had this WTO agreement and many regional free trade agreements coming, like the India-ASEAN agreement. And these free trade agreements have completely changed the geography of most of our agriculture commodity chains, particularly those who were in trade like plantation crops. And as a result, the class relations, the significance of class relations and importance of research institutions like our Rubber Research Institute completely changed. And in fact, no, the power of growers, plantations as well as smallholders completely changed. So how are you going to account for this? Both the papers.
The second thing, linked to what you said about the different types of village studies, and there I'd just like to spend a minute to go back to Raj's study in 1976 and what V.K. Ramchandran was saying yesterday, that he went and shook up Madras University and also opened V.K. Ramchandran's eyes to how to study villages. See, the context is at that time, if you read the paper now, you'll see that he's addressing people, researchers who are trying to bring jungle equilibrium models to study of agriculture and how trying to relate certain types of tenancy to certain types of ownership. And he says, look, no, unless you look at the actual functioning of the villages, you will, and go to the field, you will not get an idea, and you can't base your understanding on abstract theoretical models. That view will be contested today, but that was the context. The second point is that we're talking of Raj's study of the village and subsequent studies like Palanpur, etc. They are all from the economist perspective, okay? There was M.S. Srinivasa's study at that time, but it's only more recently that much larger number sociologists, anthropologists also have gotten to study the village. In fact, Vijay Shankar was saying that there are some sociologists who deny the existence of the village as a unit, because you have the Dalits in their bastis and the others in one part. So there is no such thing as, I mean, I would disagree with that. But the point is saying is that the economists have been studying it, and only now are sociologists increasingly grappling with issues like caste, and then also bringing in ecology, etc. And for example, Surinder Jodhka has a very popular book on the Indian village, published last year. Then year before last, he brought out 2 volumes, edited volumes of EPW papers. So the point of making is that when we're looking at the village, we need to look at it in its entirety, from different perspectives. And there was a reason why Raj was looking at it in a certain way. And now when we look at it, we have to bring in various other perspectives.
I'll just take 2 minutes to respond to the points raised. First of all, about Ram Kumar's point, I really agree with you that there could be different types of village studies, and what Raj and many other people have done is one type of study. The villages can be looked at in multiple ways, but I somehow don't agree that this Palanpur study is from a neoclassical framework. I mean, I've looked onto the recent book. I think it's come up from a different point of view. Its concerns are somewhat similar to what Raj mentioned, that they actually want to see the village in transition. Now the thing is changing, and conventional theory is not able to explain that thing. I think that's the position they're coming from. Regarding land concentration, and the same point, Supal, and what you made about caste still being important, I am never denying that caste is not important. I'm saying the role that caste plays is now changing. It's doing multiple things, and land concentration is still an issue. I mean, there has been resurgence of feudalism also, as the Paris survey has shown in Kaveri Delta. But on the whole, if you look at the very large picture, if you look at it, the bigger holdings are broken up. And Supal, what I'm saying, there's the smaller people, the smaller farmers, you can call them kisan or mazdoor. Kheti karte isliye kisan hai. ठीक है, मजदूरी करते हैं, मजदूर भी है, दोनों है. It's a mix of a category, overlaying, what you call what is that name? Intersectionality. That's what I'm talking about. So anyway, we can discuss. We are in the same room. I think today evening we can discuss it further. The point that Hari raised about WTO, and the point that George mentioned about the alignment with international capital, that's very important. That's one important part I think we must talk about. While the diversification of capital has happened, a set of people have come, they are now more aligned to the international capital. Soybean, for example, the area where I live, farmers grow soybean, and it has an international market. All the farmers, their production, their prices, things are all aligned to that market. And if you go after, again, Madhuri's question about commodities, there is a very close relationship between caste and commodity in most parts of India. Sugarcane growers in UP could be Jats, could be also, I mean, if you're talking about Western UP, if you're talking about Eastern UP, it could be Yadavs. I mean, very close correlation. So these kinds of castes are now totally aligned to the international market, and they are actually into this, what can be called, what Barbara Harris called the agro-commercial capital. So those are the networks which are coming up. Even a farmer sitting in a village in Madhya Pradesh is aligned to, he knows fully well, he or she knows the price of soybean in Latin America, and is able to take production decisions on the basis of that. Having said that, different commodities come into this agro-commercial capital in very interesting, different ways. So each commodity has its own specificity. Shimil is sitting here, he is a student of CDS doing PhD. I was talking to him yesterday. He is talking about cardamom. The way cardamom gets into the agro-commercial capital, international networks, or what you call the global value chains, is very different from the way a crop like wheat gets in or maize gets in. Maize is more like biofuel kind of value chain they have. Maize, corn. Corn has that kind of value chain. And soybean has a different kind of value chain. Different commodities have different types of alignments. And similarly, farmers growing those also have similar alignments. And they are increasingly moving out of agriculture. Because surplus they are getting, they are investing in processing industries. and also into non-farm infrastructure development and many other sectors, the way regional capital is developing. So it's not a transition debate from feudalism to capitalism. It's not that semi-feudalism is gone, now you are moving into capitalism. The whole thing is a very different dimensions of regional capital. Thank you.
I'll take 2-3 minutes. 2-3 minutes? Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. So I'll first respond to Bhaskar's comments. Thank you, Raman, and again, as our teacher. So two things that Bhaskar said, I think, are there in the paper already about, well, the contemporary post-liberalization regime to the 2024 slides on what is happening now. I mean, that is, the state capitalism has changed, and also the ways in which the bureaucracy has weakened, because now the agricultural science technocracy has weakened. Now they have to sell, well, their services to the private sector, contract themselves out there. That is, the free wage labor, as Marx says, is being sold to private players. Again, private players who are not just, well, domestic capital, but international capital increasingly. So that's quite spot on. And the power of the agrarian elite has come down. But what I would like to add there is that I agree with that, the power of agrarian elite has come down. But the agrarian elite there is the rich peasantry and the scientific community, that is, most of them from these, well, the families that are also investing in, or the caste groups that are also investing in agri-input sector, and also, as Vijay said, in the agri-output sector. They're all, in the more or less same kind of caste groups. So there's a bit of data on that. It's not ready yet, so I haven't presented any of that. So there is a linkage there already. What I want to focus on is one is Chiranjeev's question about intermediate class, that the ICR cannot change. Yes, it can change, but the problem here, Chiranjeev, is that there is, well, let me put it this way. I'll link it to Hari's question about WTO. Yeah? What does the WTO have now, well, let's say the past 10 years or 12 years, that it did not have before? It has a science cell. Yeah? So the intermediate class, or the so-called professional class, is necessary everywhere now. And the professional class, because of its, well, the so-called property, a bundle of rights that you can sell to appropriate a certain section or certain share of the surplus in society, that has now gone international. I mean, that is always international, yes, but it's now, every international organization now has an S&T panel or an S&T. So the unfortunate part is that now a political decision to make, whether it's Brazilian sugar versus European Union sugar, a WTO case, or cotton somewhere versus, or subsidies for something, they need scientists now, and they've now institutionalized that. So what I'm trying to say is that instead of looking at what Raj suggested, that is, go back to the field, look at what's happening there, work with, well, decentralized civil society organizations, work and learn from them, work with them, work on the scientific research questions that are coming up from the field. Instead of doing that, they are digging their heels into what, I love the phrase, Navroz Dubash calls tube-well capitalism, right? Digging deeper and deeper into whatever the state can do and extracting as much as it can. It's a really mad phase in the sciences, a very sad phase actually in the sciences now. So the WTO answer is that, Hari, that is unfortunately, they're all digging into one very narrow tube-well capitalism, which is going to destroy capitalism. I just get back to, very quickly, to what Professor Bardhan said today morning. To save capitalism from myopic capitalism, we need a different way of thinking, yes. But there are also Eastern capitalism. And Aragi talks about capitalism in China, imperial China, which was not extracting from its peripheries, but was investing in and encouraging investment from other actors into its peripheries, not extracting from its peripheries. So there were different kinds of capitalisms already in the East. So maybe what Aragi suggests for us to learn from, this is partly the answer to your question too, Professor Bundle, what Aragi suggests is for us to learn from different kinds of capitalism, not just follow the European industrial capitalism. There are other forms of capitalism. I mean, we know that socialism is a major contender here, but socialism, to get there, must also learn from the other forms of capitalism that we have in the world already. So that's just to quote that the IR is not, the intermediate regime is not withered away. It's still very much alive, and it's taking various forms. A minor point in answer to Gilbert's question, and also Dr. Shantakumar's question about what is it that, why don't we look at the upper strata and also look at, well, the environmental turn within the agricultural sciences? The environmental turn in the agricultural sciences is what, well, in a disciplinary format, we would call environmental economics. That is, you add environmental to the existing pot and stir, yeah? There is not really a change in paradigm. Yeah? So that is the ways in which knowledge needs to, well, transform the other, that is physical and financial capital, is not happening. So that's something that we need to get to again. Thanks.
I will take 2 minutes to wind up this session. I would like to go back and say a couple of things about what Professor Raj wrote in 1983 in his paper on agricultural growth in India and China. Why I want to summarize this is because some of the issues which our colleagues here have thrown up has also something to do with that. See, when in the 50s and the 60s, when the southern Chinese district provided surplus food for the cash-grown northern districts, the workers in the south had to pay more for rice compared to workers in the north, because they were given rice at a subsidized rate. But there was certain kind of regional imbalance that has cropped up because of this. And why the south was able to step up agricultural growth? Because of the consolidation of land holdings that has taken place because of the collectivization process. Now what Mao Zedong did in the 1960s was to launch a large-scale consolidation program in the northern districts, with the result that by the time we reached the late 60s, Chinese agriculture growth began to increase at a fairly rapid rate. The emphasis here, what Raj draws in his paper, was basically that it is the non-price factors that has resulted in fairly rapid growth of agriculture in China. Then in comparison to that, he also compares India, and then he has this remark that in a country like India, which is democratically run, this kind of radical land reforms like consolidation of land holdings are not politically feasible, because our politicians may not be able to do it. So we have to go with this kind of tinkering with the structure, with the result that the crucial question of management of land and water will remain as a slow moving process. And that we can see with climate change and all that becoming much more and more visible. Now if you look at the India as a whole, the southern states are moving where their state domestic product has been increasing much faster than the rest of the states in India. But if you look at the growth of agricultural output, you can see a divide between the south and the north. The southern districts, southern states, it has been coming down. So the agriculture growth in India now is from the poor states. That's the kind of situation we live today. So the kind of situations we study in different places, where village you go and study, the contextualization becomes very important. What kind of a place you study, what are the, like urbanization has been taking place pretty faster all over the country. And therefore, what is the kind of impact of urbanization on the villages? A lot of other questions. So contextualization becomes very important factor in this. And also, it's also important that Chinese investment in agriculture and agriculture research and the number of patents they get every year and the number of innovations they have in agriculture. China is now ranked as the second or third country where the maximum number of innovations are done in agriculture. Why they are able to achieve this? These are also something which we have to look at. Okay, thank you. We had a very interesting session. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the session. Now we have an announcement. Since we are running out of this time, there will be parallel session. So the session named Agriculture and Rural Economy, chaired by K. Pushpankadan, will be held in this auditorium, that is Calder. And this interaction session with the farmer representatives with expert will be held at John Robinson Hall.
Change of time for the next session.
And one more thing, the interaction of farmer representatives with expert, the medium of communication will be Malayalam. സമയപരിമിതി കാരണം 2 സെഷനുകൾ സമാന്തരമായിട്ടായിരിക്കും ഇനി നടക്കുന്നത്. ഒന്ന് അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ ആൻഡ് റൂറൽ എക്കോണമി, അത് ഈ ഓഡിറ്റോറിയത്തിൽ വെച്ച് തന്നെയും കർഷകരും വിദഗ്ധരുമായുള്ള ചർച്ച ജോൺ റോബിൻസൺ ഹാളിലും ആയിരിക്കും നടക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ചർച്ചയുടെ ഭാഷ മലയാളമായിരിക്കും. The next session after 4.A, that is after agriculture and rural economy, we will be having a book discussion of Professor Pranab Baradan. That session will be held at this auditorium by 6:30. Sorry, at 6:45.
We are expecting the book discussion to happen by 6:45. Book by Professor Pranab Baradan, Charai Vedi, is on sales in the registration office. You can get the book at the book will be available in the auditorium. The book will be available for sale. You can find the books in the back side. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now our next session, Agriculture and Rural Economy, will be chaired by Professor K. Pushpagandhan, former professor at the Center for Development Study and former chairman of the Public Expenditure Review Committee, Government of Kerala. We will hear presentation from Professor Sukhpal Singh, professor at the Center for Management in Agriculture, Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, who will be presenting on rethinking farm input subsidy in Indian agriculture, issues and options. Professor Madhuri Saripalle, professor of economics and MBA chairperson at IFMR, Graduate School of Business, CREA University, who will present on analyzing structural break and volatility in rice prices across the rice supply chain in India. We are also privileged to have Professor Tyagu Ranganathan, professor at Center for Development Study, and Dr. Ritika Jain, assistant professor at the Center for Development Study, serving as discussion for this paper. We welcome all our resource persons. The stage is now yours, sir. Thank you.
So,
the last session is on agriculture and rural economy. A topic which Professor Raj has initiated some research. But my feeling is that CDS has not done enough justice on this topic, because I have been looking at, for example, say the cycles, agriculture cycles in Kerala, growth cycles, no explanation is given anywhere. Our friends, those who are involved in teaching in agriculture university, I have searched, no, nothing of serious research along this line. Therefore, it is time that we should take some initiatives and catch up with, and we do some justice to Professor Raj's initial themes, and that is what we have initiated some work along this line. Why there are cycles in agriculture in Kerala? I am not talking about other states for the time being. I am not talking about interstate analysis. I will do it later. Second one, then I found that traditional economic growth theory has to be consulted if you want a meaningful answer to this question, which is not being, I don't know whether it is there in the syllabus. For example, solo related, neoclassical economics is absolutely essential if you want to have a theoretical explanation for this. So that's again another area we should be able to concentrate, and we should be able to do some justice to Professor Raj's pioneering effort to do some work in this area of research. Now the second one, I am not going to take anything. I have some personal notes on this that I will pass it over to the director with Professor Raj's personal experience I had. That I will pass it. I don't want to bore you with that. So we have 2 papers along this line, and I will be concentrating on these 2 papers, how it can be integrated so that Professor Raj's concern can be adjusted or can be further researched, so that we will have some solid piece of work in agriculture in Kerala. Of course, to begin with Kerala. Later we will do the analysis for the rest of India. Okay, thank you. Now I ask Professor Sukhpal Singh, rethinking from input subsidies in India agriculture, issues and options, for his presentation. Confine to your own allotted time, so that you don't take more time. Okay.
So thank you, Professor Pushpangdan. Let me say it's a great pleasure to be sharing some thoughts with my mentors, teachers, co-learners, friends, and students. And thanks to the CDS and its director, Dr. Veeramani, to make me a part of this celebration. And I'll be paying my tribute to Professor Raj in terms of when you see that what are the issues I'm looking at, I can say that I came to CDS from agriculture, bicycled back to agriculture through CDS with many tools in my basket. Yeah, and I've committed myself since then to working on issues of policy and practical relevance only concerning small farmers and agriculture workers. I have not done anything else. Wherever I come across any opportunity to do research or to contribute to policy or practice, I only concern about these 2 sections of society. So I feel that if I can make some difference there, I would have paid back my sort of debt to CDS and other places and all the friends and colleagues and teachers I have learned from. So that's what I do. But it's also true that agriculture is going to be the mainstay of many, many people's livelihoods for decades to come in this country. We cannot wish it away. And I keep going back to my home state, despite the fact that I have been in Gujarat for 32 years now. And there's a popular saying that you can take a Punjabi out of Punjab, but you can't take Punjab out of a Punjabi. So that is what is true of me as well. But I feel today that I'm a better human being because I came to CDS. And I never miss any opportunity to come back to CDS because it's really the place to be in. And every time you go back wiser. So with this kind of introductory remarks, I would like to take you through a policy issue of this subsidies, which is very contentious, but very policy relevant issue in India. We keep talking about it, but not able to move beyond a point. So I would highlight some issues and options in terms of what is that we do. How do I move this? Which is the button? This one. I tried, but there's some problem. Yeah. Oh, it's not slideshow yet. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I think we all know that there are plenty of rationale still in this country, given that we were told that most of the farmers are smallholders, and there are a lot of resource constraints which they do farming. But I have no doubt that the small farm is the most efficient unit of production, and small farmers are the most efficient producers in this country. There are government studies about this. This government data tells us. I've carried out 36 case studies of small and prosperous farmers across 3 states, and I'm convinced that the issue is not with the farm size or with the small farmer, but with the policies which we have or we do not have. So I think I would just go ahead from this, that subsidies can help farmers reduce their production risk. They can help in earning more from farming by improving yields, reducing costs, and sometimes also in terms of output subsidies, in terms of providing better prices to farmers. But it's important to note that there are many implications of subsidies which are in the nature of economic, environmental, and social. There are many, many positive, but there are many, many negative externalities and implications of what we do with agricultural input subsidies in the farm sector. And these include right from high cost, difficulty of withdrawing such subsidies once you introduce across states. You have seen, for example, free power in Punjab. It was started in 1997, only for smart farmers. But now, after 27 years, the policy reports don't even want to mention it, including committees like Ahluwalia Committee and other committees don't even want to mention about rationalization of power subsidies. So that is the difficulty of talking about this kind of things. It has led to overuse of inputs, inequity in terms of some farmers benefiting at the cost of small farmers, market distortion in terms of what is being sold and what is being bought, and all kinds of issues, and crowding out public investment. That whatever little public monies was available for agriculture is going into subsidies rather than R&D, investment in infrastructure, and so on. So more importantly, it is also leading to adverse impacts on relatively marginalized sections like agricultural labor. When you are mechanizing blindly, when subsidies are being given on big machines costing 1 crore each, for example, sugarcane harvesters or mechanical cotton harvesters. So all this is being driven away, and some of the sustainable agriculture efforts in this country which are being carried out, they are also being undermined because those farmers don't get anything, but people who do chemical farming, they get all the subsidies. Look at this situation of Punjab, where the entire public money is going into subsidies. Only 1.45% is what goes into capital account. Rest of the money just being doled out or being used to meet the subsidy expenditure. Yeah. Look at the amount of input subsidies versus investment in agricultural sector. It is not even 10%. Yeah, it's around that. So it is all about subsidy design, the targeting of these subsidies, which can make any positive impact, lead to a positive situation for farmers. And now today we are talking about, all the global agencies are talking about smart subsidies. Yeah, we talked about smart cities, smart villages. Now we are talking about smart subsidies, where they are saying introduce different mechanisms in terms of vouchers, rationing, targeting, matching grants, loan guarantees, and demo packs. Don't give them inputs physically, don't give them cash, but give them these elements or these tools which cannot be used or misused for any other purpose. So issues are very many, starting with the fiscal problem, which I treat is the least problematic. We can take care of that, but there are more serious social issues, issues of equity and
type of subsidy being given out. For example, there are three major subsidies which are being given: fertilizer subsidy, and PM Kisan, and subsidy on credit. Now, if you look at the fertilizer subsidy, it's about 8,000 rupees per household per annum. It is 45% total subsidy outgo. The second major subsidy, 6,000 rupees PM Kisan, which is most inequitable. Yeah, and we know why it was introduced at that time and so on. It takes away another 37% total subsidy outgo. So with this kind of thing, what is left for the market side of the intervention or for any other investment in infrastructure and market development, other things? I'm not even talking about agri-machinery subsidies right now. So this is scenario. So we need to ask questions, how do we prioritize one subsidy over another? Do we really need to do it? If need to do, which one should go first? And are subsidies market distorting? Which ones, inputs ones or the output ones, which are more distorting? And is the problem with the concept and rationale of subsidy, or its design and implementation? Are we putting money somewhere where it's not going to the right stakeholders, the right purposes, but getting wasted? So which inputs to subsidize to whom? Because categories of farmers also matter. We can say that 86% farmers are small and marginal, therefore everybody is small. No. 14% of the farmers in this country cultivate 55% land. Yeah, and these subsidies are for farm and crops, not for households. Yeah, so there is a kind of public money being used by a smaller section of the farming community in the name of larger farming community. Except fertilizers, which is the only subsidy which is equitable in the sense that the area cultivated by small and marginal farmers is about 42%. And they get that much of their share in the fertilizer because that goes into the farm. Other than that, most of the subsidies are not reaching those whom it is meant for. The larger ones are cornering it, whether it's machinery subsidies or power subsidies, irrigation subsidies, credit subsidies, you name it. Yeah. So it's very important to look at how do we rationalize these subsidies, and those farmers who are trying to, or those initiatives by civil society organizations which are trying to promote sustainable agriculture, they are not getting any support from the state. So it's another inequity that those who are actually promoting sustainable agriculture are excluded from this kind of public regime of subsidies. And then we end up with this other question saying that is direct benefit transfer or cash transfer is the way to go. I somehow don't think that India is ready for that kind of thing, and that is the best way to support agriculture. So added to that is the diversity. As I asked this question earlier, that India is so different in terms of state level nature and experience of agriculture development that you cannot have one blanket kind of approach to dealing with farmers and their farming issues. So you need to look at it very carefully. This is the picture of subsidies 2015-16 data. You can see where it goes. It's mainly power. This is combined, center and states, fertilizer, interest subvention, others. And the output subsidy, which is all about MSP and procurement and so on, it is not very much at all. It is just 2 lakh crores. Yeah, yeah. So the issue is, are we really prioritizing the right kind of interventions in terms of helping farmers? It's just because we are scared of talking about it and changing the track. We are just continuing with. More importantly, people may say, farmer union may say that we are not getting any state support. The state is subsidizing 20% of the production cost. And in my paper, there's a data which says that 21% of an average Indian farmer's income today comes from subsidies. So it's not that government doesn't care for the farm sector, but it's in the nature of subsidies, not necessarily in terms of investments. So what were the objectives of fertilizer subsidies? We need to re-examine this. To provide food grain to people at reasonable prices, to insulate farmers from variations in production costs and reasonable return from fertilizer use, and ensure reasonable return to industry. Should we stick to this, or in the globalized and liberalized market scenario, these people should, actually industry, should mind its own business? Yeah. So it's not really helping in that sense. These are outdated objectives from the 1960s. The market scenario in agriculture, both at the production end as market end, is very different today. And this is the picture only about fertilizer subsidy in terms of urea taking most of it. Yeah. And whether it's a Kharif or Rabi, and that has led to very distorted NPK ratio. In fact, I even asked a question about it. How can there be one ratio for a country like India? 4:2:1. Nobody questioned this. Everybody blindly, oh, farmers are going away from 4:2:1. Why should Odisha farmer be behaving like a Punjab farmer, or Punjab farmer like a Tamil Nadu farmer. So this needs to be a question. On an average, fertilizer subsidy itself is about 10,000 rupees per hectare of net sown area. So it's quite substantial in that sense. But when you look at, so this is the regional imbalance, and this is the picture about if you start measuring it differently. For example, per hectare of not gross cropped area, but net sown area. And we need to ask this question whether fertilizers are for crops or soil or both. This table tells you that if you look at how much fertilizer is being used, chemical fertilizer being used in this country, you can say that it's very high consumption if you take net sown area, but it's not that high if you take gross cropped area. So we have to ask this kind of scientific questions to decide what kind of fertilizer subsidy, chemical fertilizer you need to give. Look at this one state picture in terms of how much urea takes. 73% of the subsidy goes through urea only, fertilizer subsidy. Yeah, total is 39,000 rupees per farm. This is 2008-9 data. I'm sure it's already above 80,000 now per farm, and 85% is only for 2 crops, paddy and wheat. Yeah, and you look at small farmers. Now, and we keep talking about 86 and farming community being small and marginal. This is one state which is being talked about in terms of green revolution model and so on. It has already thrown small farmers out of agriculture. They are only 33% total holdings, and they cultivate only 11% of total cultivated land in the state. 89% land is with the non-small category of farmers. So you have to, the land control is very important, not land ownership. Small farmers own land, but they don't control anymore, and mostly subsidies are tailored to the use of land, not necessarily ownership of land. So farmers, bigger farmers are consolidating operated land, they are doing reverse tenancy, and they are taking away all the state support in the form of subsidies, whether input subsidies or output subsidies. I would skip this part of fertilizer use, but state has tried all this. It's a softer state. It doesn't want to hit directly, so it does all this little tweaking of policies, starting with decontrol of non-urea fertilizer to product-wise concession scheme to joint ventures for getting cheaper raw material to decontrolling some other fertilizer, then going into this NBS, nutrient-based subsidy, and then going into smaller urea bags, saying that farmers will use less if you reduce the weight of the bag from 50 kg to 45 kg, as if farmers are completely foolish. So government has done this kind of tweaking of arrangements, try to cut subsidy, but if you look at the outcome, it has completely failed. The outgo on fertilizer subsidy as proportion of GDP overall as well as in agriculture remains the same. Yeah, and then you can see further that when you look at electric subsidy, power subsidies, again the state I talked about, 72% goes only for paddy crop. Yeah, and if you add basmati, 75% plus goes only for rice. Yeah, so like that kind of situation prevails there. Similarly, diesel subsidies, which are given to those who do not have electric tubewell connections. There again, most of it is for paddy, yeah, and wheat. 2 crops are taking all that. And total subsidies, 88,000 rupees per farm. Combined subsidies going to a farmer in Punjab, who is the largest farmer in India with 4-hectare average operation of a farm. And then you say we are not getting anything from the government, yeah? And per hectare is 25,000 rupees. Then you come to DCT or DBT. DBT is in terms of basically giving fertilizers through the point of sale based Aadhaar link kind of arrangement, but DCT is giving cash actually. So what government has done so far is only DBT, not DCT, but even that has not worked fully. Yeah, I'm coming there. So all this basically speaks volumes about how we do DCT or DBT and where it is going. Even state Andhra Pradesh state's experience with zinc subsidy, which they wanted to promote for soil health, was that kind of scenario only. People had mixed feelings about it. Bihar and Odisha doing agri mechanization through DBT, again didn't really go very far. It was very small amounts being passed on. So what are the policy lessons, if I can conclude with these? That since farmers are unable to buy and pay full cost of some of the inputs, there is some food security rationale for input subsidies, especially soil nutrients. If you want to sustain agriculture, then you need to give the right kind of input support, not necessarily chemical fertilizers. But many subsidies like agri machinery or Raitu Bandhu in Andhra, Telangana, you have highly inequitable. The more land you have, the more 8,000 rupees per acre you get. And this is completely public, based of public money. Nobody questioned this, and this simple popular politics, yeah, competitive politics. And this has all kinds of implications for cropping pattern, natural resource use, and rural inequality, yeah. So if you say that phasing out of subsidies on fertilizer power will lead to judicious use of groundwater and chemical fertilizer, then I think we should be thinking of this kind of scenario. On the other hand, we have MSP. We all know the struggle about it. If government is announcing MSP which takes cost of cultivation into account, then there is no rationale for not charging farmers, because this will be anyway accounted for in the cost of cultivation of those crops which will be bought at MSP. So there is very little for continuing with that kind of thing. Further, if we look at subsidized fertilizers, they should be restricted. Haryana is thinking of it that you will get only certain bags of urea or DAP per acre. You cannot be getting unlimited, because you want to also rationalize the use per acre of a crop, whether cotton or any other crop. So you should base your allocation of subsidized input on this kind of criteria. And all the non-chemical input using farmers are not getting any support now. So you can get them support in terms of market infrastructure, or you can even think of buying their produce at MSP, which Himachal is doing now. Himachal is procuring naturally produced maize at MSP, which is 3,000 rupees for maize, and similar for another crop. So there should be some kind of conversion subsidy to those who go for organic farming, natural farming, regenerative agriculture, or other sustainable agriculture practice. Right now there is nothing, other than little bit coming through some civil society organization which comes through Parampragat Krishi Vikas Yojana and so on. And since the subsidies lead to higher production at same or lower cost, it doesn't really ensure minimum return to farmers. There is need to move from production subsidy to market subsidies, creating markets with subsidized efforts and so on. Rain-fed areas, which is majority of India's farmlands and farmers, their subsidies only 1/20th of what farmers in irrigated areas get. There cannot be bigger inequity than this. This is about region, this is about type of farmer, this is about type of crops, type of land and soils and so on. So there need to move from production subsidy to investment and market development subsidies. And I'll end there and just tell you that I have been working on these issues of small farmer workers. This 2022 book is about reverse subsidies, because Professor Bardhan was talking about workers' issues. We looked at ready-made garment value chain to examine the gender, labor and environment concerns there, saying that developing world is subsidizing the developed world because everything is being exploited. Labor is being exploited, women are being paid less than the wages which are required to be paid, and environment is being exploited. So we should actually demand better terms of trade, rather than saying that they are subsidizing our kind of production systems and value chains. The second book is my compiled work on the whole issue of market reforms, including 2020 farm laws and earlier ones since 2003. This was from OBS, and Ram Reddy is here. He was also instrumental in getting this out. And latest book, which is coming next month, is India's Producer Company, Small Farmers, which is 25 case studies from 5 states of India. So I would be happy to share this with you as and when it's out. Thank you very much.
Well, our Sukhpal Singh is addressing a very interesting area of research for augmenting agriculture production in India. Of course, it has to be focused on interstate analysis. Is it an interstate analysis? The analysis interstate or what?
Sorry?
This, your paper is an interstate analysis or all India?
Some interstate, but overall. Yeah.
Overall, okay. So that is very interesting. Now I ask Thiago to make comments.
Yeah, good evening everyone. Thank you Beena, Suraj and Veeramani for organizing this seminar. I think you have put in some mind but lot of heart into this program, and I can see from the warmth that people have been giving about the program. Thank you, Professor Sukmal, for that and sending the paper very early. I think you sent it long ago. I thought I'll read it that day. I'll not tell you when I actually read it. So Professor Sukmal was one of my mentors at RESRA when I started my postdoc. Only yesterday I realized that I had 4 mentors. Professor Sukmal from Ahmedabad, Professor Rajeshwari Raina, she was working with NISTARS there, Professor Srijit Mishra from IGIDR, and Viju from Samaj Pragati sir, Viju sir, and all of them are CDS alumni. I only realized it yesterday. They came from so diverse institutions, and it's a thank you, Beena, once again for helping me meet them all and figuring this out. Now let me come to the paper. I like the paper. It's a very comprehensive survey of input subsidies. I think it puts it like, okay, there is subsidy for fertilizer, power, mechanization. These have been there for long. And then there is DBTs and then DCTs. So now how do we balance what kind of allocation we do for subsidies and how much are we spending on each of these over time? It's a very important summary. I would have wanted a few more interlinkages between subsidies that could have been highlighted. Like, it's not like each of these are independent subsidies. One of the subsidies reinforces another subsidies. I think I came across Professor Raina's paper on how gypsum subsidy means that gypsum has to increase water inundation, which means water inundation is there, then rice gets cultivated, and then power subsidy and so on. So these are not like individual subsidies which decisions are made in a idiosyncratic manner. The other thing I would have wanted to see more in the paper is how, again, Professor Raina calls it public funding of private capital. I don't know about all subsidies, but specifically to insurance, we see, you also mentioned that 4.5 times of the claims is collected as premium. Roughly. So if it is 1 year, that's fine. If it is happening every year, the farmer gets insurance as 1 rupee insurance, but the premium is paid by the state, and only 1 upon 4.5 is paid as claims. And if it is a regular phenomena, there is once 2002, the insurance got privatized. So these aspects of it is, because the two players in this are state and the farmer so far, but when we incorporate in certain context, at least the corporates and private companies play a role. Some more elaboration of that would have been good. So, but yeah, I like the way you also put in that subsidies emerge in a context of food production crisis. And here again, we should see whether there was a crisis is still a question. So that is something that could be highlighted. Again, since this is a seminar reminiscing Raj, I wanted to see where we locate this paper with K.N. Raj. And K.N. Raj missed many things, but in this thing, he was not so bad, I would say. So he writes a paper in 1981. I thought that is the paper that closely relates to what we see, is called Peasants and Potatoes. And he writes it in a very angry mood. He's writing it because his friend I.G. Patel has been, the Lok Sabha speaker then has told bad things about I.G. Patel. And K.N. Raj is responding to, he says the speaker has told, how can an economist sitting in AC room get an idea of what agriculture is? And K.N. Raj is responding to that. So this is a teaser enough for you to read the paper, but I'll just take the part that is important in the paper. The paper, he says, when they ask for higher priority for agriculture, is it merely for increasing the rate of growth of agricultural output, or are they also concerned with questions such as who produces this output, which strata in rural areas would benefit? I think what you seem to present all across is to focus on this question. And in that, again, I would draw upon Professor Srijit Mishra, who kind of articulates it differently, where he says that there is a distinction between agricultural and agrarian. And agriculture is concerned about increasing productivity, increasing production, whereas agrarian is about what is happening to livelihoods of those who are producing it. And in that regard, if we say that we focus more on agrarian rather than the agriculture. And the thing is, we are stuck with that agricultural paradigm. Even the impact evaluation studies you mentioned, everybody is looking at what does this subsidy do to yield? What does this subsidy do to production? So that once we look at it, then with that framework, we can start analyzing the trade-offs between these various subsidies. Along with input subsidies and DCTs, I would add something called conditional cash transfer or a payment for ecological services. They are slightly different, but I'm pulling it one, and I want to highlight the case of Kerala, where they seem to be giving a royalty for producing rice, and they give some 3,000 rupee per hectare for those who produce rice in these lands, some reclaimed lands. So it's for 30,000 hectares, the number is wrong. They have given some money to 30,000 hectares at 3,000 rupees per hectare. So I would want to put that also as another trade-off, another possible alternative. And if we start looking at in the framework of agriculture and agrarian, I want to say first level, this is a trivial kind of a question. Should we prioritize the agrarian more? For two reasons. One is that the agricultural production crisis is at least not there anymore, food production crisis. At least we would want to believe that it is not there. The other is that it is not working well. Like it is the Punjab and Haryana, these subsidies, the returns seem to have come down, and the new places we cannot take these irrigation packages is what it seems. So can we start ignoring agriculture more and focus on agrarian, or are we jumping the gun? That is something I want Professor Sukhpal to reflect on. And the other thing I want to see is, if agrarian is the primary focus, then can we say that DCTs and CCT/PES are better to tackle the livelihood crisis rather than the ones that focus on the materials of or input subsidies, as we call it. But there are caveats to romanticizing DCTs and CCTs, as you highlight. The per hectare cash transfers are very regressive, and so it needs to be. So one feature may be that whatever is the average cost for the marginal farmer, that may be decided as the cash transfer. Then in that case, higher proportion of cost gets covered for the marginal and smaller farmer, and a lower proportion for the larger farmer. In that sense, it can be progressive. That is just one tentative conjecture I'm proposing. And how do we target? So Kalia program in Odisha seems to target small and marginal farmers, landless farmers and tenants. Can we start thinking about making these kind of suggestions when somebody designs a DCT? And apart from that, there is always this problem of unintended consequences. What happens because of this cash transfer? What happens to female labor supply in particular? What happens to local wages? These are other things that may come in. So I'm just leaving at this stage to reflect on few points. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Now I will ask Madhuri Saripalli to deliver her paper. Then we will come back, and if time, of course we have to have some discussion on some of these issues later, if time permits.
Good afternoon to everyone. So the last presentation, everybody must be looking forward to quick wrap-up, so I'll do my best. So before I begin, I would like to express my thanks to the director, Dr. Veeramani, and Professor Beena, the organizing committee, for having me here at the Centennial celebrations for Professor K.N. Raj. Although he didn't teach us, but he had a significant influence on my career trajectory, because when I was applying abroad for my PhD, Professor Achin, with whom I was working on my PhD, on my MPhil thesis, he said that let's go and get some, you need good, strong references. Why don't you go and ask Professor K.N. Raj? And I was very scared, but nonetheless we met him, and he was so humble, and he just immediately he wrote a letter and gave it to me, and I think that played a big role in where I am today. So I'm very grateful and honored to be part of this conference here. So having said that, let me start my presentation. As you can see, I'm going to present a topic on the rice prices and in the Indian context, structural break and price volatility, and looking at the pre and post-COVID. The motivation for this topic actually came when I was interviewing a few farmers a couple of years back, small farmers, with respect to the market access and where all do they sell their produce. And it was actually quite revealing to me that what the most important constraint they face is liquidity. So it's the intermediary they mostly rely on, although they have APMC mandi prices that they can get access to, which are higher. And they also have the minimum support prices, which are even higher. But then getting to an MSP also had its own constraints, getting their access to MSP. So these things made me feel that I need to investigate with respect to the prices. What prices are the farmers getting, and how the prices behave at different layers of the supply chain. And so why is it important? It's important because we all know, all discussions happening here, that agriculture markets are very fragmented across states, and and also there is a varied implementation of the APMC Act, because it's a state subject, agriculture. So because of these discrepancies, there is a lot of variation in prices across states, and these spatial differences could result in price volatility, which could get further amplified when you have some economic shocks as well as policy shocks. So, so some of the more recent literature that I came across, which actually also helped me to frame my research questions, was a study by Ahmed et al., which looked at the price volatility in Pakistan across regions, several regions in Pakistan, and they found that some markets, the prices behaved more volatile compared to other markets. Similarly, you had, in Indian context, you had other scholars too. There's one particular study by Karyappa which I would like to stress, and it was a very significant study. It looked at wheat prices pre and post-COVID, and they found that prices did increase significantly when the lockdown was introduced, but because of the government intervention with respect to increase in procurement policy, there was a, the volatility was dampened further, across, after, immediately it was curtailed within a few months. So there was no significant impact of COVID because of proactive government policies is what they conclude. And then we have other researchers, we have looked at the more recent issues of the government policy of export restrictions, export duty, which was imposed on both the basmati and the non-basmati rice, which actually, counterintuitively, they found that the restrictions actually did the opposite of what they were intended for. The restrictions were supposed to actually dampen the prices domestically. But that did not happen. The prices, domestic prices continued to rise. Not only that, but there was an international transmission of these prices. Because many of these countries, say sub-Saharan African countries and all, like Senegal and all, they import, their import, almost 80% of their rice requirement actually is coming from countries like us, India. Similarly, even Bangladesh and other countries. So what I want to do is to focus is to, these studies have basically focused on all India level and looked at only the wholesale and retail prices. The wholesale prices which are published by the FCA, the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, which is the MSP, the minimum support prices, and the retail, the subsidized, the PDS prices. Those two prices is what they have analyzed. Now my intention was to look at the entire supply chain. So this is a very broad paint of the supply chain of the rice. I think it's very small. I don't know if the font is very clear, but as we progress from the upstream input supplier producer, the downstream input supplier producer, the intermediary, then so the three boxes that I've highlighted, those are the markets available to the farmers where they can sell. These are the three important price channels, and this is where I want to, so all the three price sources I want to analyze. And my data source, so these three set of prices are basically the APMC prices or the market yard prices determined by auctions. I went to an APMC mandi to see how this auction happens, and it was pretty interesting, very primitive, but still there was an auction happening there, and the government official was moderating it. And then you have this other sort of price, which is minimum support prices, and finally the retail prices. What I do is, the objective of my study is to basically look at these three set of prices at a pan-India level also and at a state level, because this data is available both at the state and the India level. So I want to test for structural breaks in these three set of prices and look for whether these economic shocks and policy shocks led to a structural, could see there was a significant break, a shift of the mean of prices because of these interventions. And then I also use interrupted time series analysis to look at whether the volatility in prices was transmitted for a long time post-COVID. So what is the data source? Again, I use for secondary, purely a secondary database based on the wholesale, collect the weekly wholesale prices from the APMC market yards, which is submitted to the Directorate of Marketing and Inspection, DMI, which is available in the website. But extracting the data is a torture because the format is not what we want. So you have to, it's not very easy to, same thing with the monthly and daily retail and wholesale price from the Department of Consumer Affairs. So I extracted this data for January 2018 to 23 for the non-basmati. That's the variety I look at. So this basically explains the methodology of how we look at the structural breaks. Maybe I could just focus on the results, then maybe I can come back to this if you want. So the results clearly, look at the graph. Is the x-axis clear? Because in my laptop it shows very tiny. I don't know how. So anyways, so the period that I'm looking at, the structural break is from Jan 2019, and these are these are monthly prices that I have plotted for the APMC, retail and wholesale. So you can clearly see I tested for the structural break, and I found 2 points of structural break. One is the March 2020, that is when the lockdown happened, and there is a significant structural break which is happening in July 22. So that's when the government had announced an export duty on non-basmati rice, which was subsequently followed by a ban in basmati export, non-basmati rice, export of non-basmati rice export in 23. But before that, the government had announced a duty on that. So you can clearly see that there are, what is happening to the prices at both the intervention period. But what is interesting to find is one thing is that you can clearly see the huge difference in the mandi prices, what the farmers get when they directly go and sell at the mandi. Whereas you can see the red line, which shows the wholesale price, which is the minimum support price. And the uppermost line is the retail price. So the difference between, you can see the mandi price, and that's the margin between what the farmers get versus if they sell at mandi market prices versus what they actually sell at the procurement prices, MSP. That's one. And second, you can also see that actually that the APMC actually has been declining. Yeah, so APMC prices were declining, and then the significant increase happened only post the imposition of the economic policy of restriction and the export duty. So the second result I want to show you quickly is the interrupted time series analysis, where we're trying to fit a model where we're asking the question that was there a significant increase in prices post-COVID, and did this price increase sustain over a period of time? So what my model here is, basically you can see that YIT is my outcome variable, which is prices, beta 0 is the intercept, beta 1 t is the time trend, or which is the capturing the the entire time trend, the covering the entire intervention or the entire time period which we are interested in. Xt is your dummy variable, which is 0 for pre-COVID and 1 if it is a COVID, when actually the lockdown happens. And so beta 2 xt is actually the level, is capturing the level change, and beta 3 t, that beta 3 is capturing this, it's a slope coefficient. It's the interaction between the time trend and the break in the lockdown time. So so what we're interested basically in beta 2 and beta 3. So beta 2 will tell us that yes, there was a significant jump in prices. Beta 3 will tell us whether this was sustained across the time period, post-COVID also. So what we get here is that, well, in my weekly analysis of this prices for the APMC alone, I said only the level, only the time variable was significant and the intercept, but not the level and trend. So it basically says that it wasn't really, it didn't go, the volatility was not transmitted throughout post-COVID. And then the similar analysis I do even for MSP and retail, I get similar results, but I need to expand the data set to a daily level, because this is only a weekly data set. So I want to expand the time and also look at, more breaks are there, and further see if there is any significant change if I look at the daily, more high frequency data compared to monthly or a weekly data. So finally, I want to show you again, this is, as I said, this is a work in progress. And my intention is to capture the state level, come down to the state level variations and explain these variations in terms of the institutional differences in policies, in terms of markets, accessibility to market, and institutional differences across states. So you can see in this, it's just pure descriptive statistics. It captures the mean, variation, minimum, maximum, and skewness and kurtosis for pre and post-COVID for all the states. So broad conclusions which you can draw from this table is that if you look at the post-lockdown prices, the mean prices have declined post-lockdown for all states except Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, West Bengal, and Telangana. It also happens that West Bengal, Telangana, and Madhya Pradesh, these are some of the top producers. West Bengal and Telangana are the top producers of paddy now, crop, rice. It is surprising, Telangana, as Professor Sukhpal was also saying, there's a lot of incentives, very proactive policies happening in Telangana for, which is pushing rice production and rice productivity. So Telangana has taken over Andhra Pradesh in terms of rice, which is very surprising. And the second thing which you can see here is the standard deviation, or the variability of prices pre-pandemic is lower across all states, but it is high for some states post-pandemic. And the distribution of prices, leptocutic, means that there's a high kurtosis. It's very fat-tailed distribution post-pandemic. There's a lot of outliers in the, across in the tails. Which itself says that there is a lot of variability in prices in all states post-pandemic, which is happening. So we need to formally capture this using GARCH models more formally, which this is the next step that I want to do. Once I get the daily prices, the high frequency data, so then I will get a better picture too, which for all states, which I want, this is my objective, to look at, which states, basically group states according to high production states, low production states, or some categorization, and then look at how these variability is getting transmitted across different states, and then link that with the agriculture policies or the state level interventions. So I would like to conclude with this final slide that I just want to mention that the same whatever I showed you, these are broadly the conclusions are that mandi prices are lower, and all prices have been displaying increasing trend, and post-COVID the structural break is there, but rise in prices is not that pronounced. But because of that policy of announcement, there has been a significant structural break in 22, which has caused a sudden increase in jump in prices. So we need to test even that, if that volatility is getting transmitted across time. So I would like to just end over here and seek questions from you. Thank you very much.
Okay, first of all, thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to discuss this paper, and thank you, Professor Madhuri, for that very good presentation. I must mention up front, for me it was a very good learning experience because I don't work in this area, so I got to learn a lot from your paper. So what I'll do is I'll first try to summarize your findings in a minute, and then I have some suggestions which you may use for your future, the way you can take the paper forward. Some suggestions there. So I think the paper is very relevant because of 3 reasons. First is that we're looking at rice, and as Professor Madhuri had mentioned, it is important in terms of production, in terms of consumption, and even in terms of India's position when it comes to exports. Second is the time period that we are looking at. During COVID, there was so much of distortion of prices across sectors that it makes it more valuable to actually do this exercise. And third is also because of the type of uncertainty that agricultural products face in terms of external factors like climate change, more specifically the uncertainty of monsoon, then supply bottlenecks and other exogenous factors. So what Professor Madhuri finds is that when she's testing for structural breaks using a period of 2018 to 2023, she finds the presence of 2 structural breaks for all the 3 types of prices. And it is these 3 types of prices which is helping us to understand the supply chain, because they are at different positions or points of the supply chain. And she finds the presence of 2 structural breaks, which is one in March 2020, which was probably because of the lockdown and its effects. And second was the export duty, which was announced by the government, as a result of which in July 2022. And in the second part, when she's trying to find out the impact of lockdown on these agricultural prices, she finds a similar result as discussed at the all India level. So what I would suggest is that while the paper addresses a very important aspect, which is that there was an impact, I think we can go beyond and look at the channels that describe that effect. I understand that it is obviously because of the lockdown, but we also have some policies, especially in the second part of the presentation when you discuss that some states were more proactive with policies. So then to tease out the impact of policy and the impact of lockdown would be very interesting. What I would also suggest is that even when it comes to lockdown, although it started with a nationwide lockdown, but we know that as the months went by, it became a state level thing. And we have a very interesting daily level data set, which is the Google Mobility Database, which talks about the stringency of lockdown at a daily level, and not just at the state level, but even at a more disaggregated level if it's possible. So if we can interact that particular, that particular policy variable with the policy variable with that sort of a restriction, it would probably give more insights in what's happening at the state level. Even for the state level analysis, I think we can group states, like you were saying, according to the rice production, but also according to the lockdown stringency, and on similar points, according to the proactiveness of policies taken by the state governments. So that can also add to the analysis. And finally, I think because we are talking about agriculture at this time point where sustainable land management has become a very important issue, if we can have some policy implications related to that, because we know that when it comes to land degradation, almost 40% of the global land is degraded. So now, and agriculture is one of the reasons that contributes to it. So if we can have some policy implications that relate to it, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Now the floor is open. If you have any specific questions, please.
Hello. Thank you to both the speakers for this very interesting presentation. I'm really interested in this topic. Sir, my question is for you, Sukhpal sir. I don't know if I'm framing the question really well, and I'm sorry if I take a little time, but I come from a farming household. Sorry? Okay. I come from a farming household, and this is coming more from personal experiences. I don't have exact data points. But it's about expenditure, like consumption expenditure of farmers. What I could understand from your presentation was that you're saying that a large chunk of the subsidies are being cornered by the large farmers, right? And I get it that the problem of the small farmers are of course much bigger than that of large farmers. But the large farmers themselves are also in a very precarious state. Like you mentioned that it is true that a big chunk of farmers in India are small farmers, but then it is also true that the small chunk of large farmers are also the biggest producers as an overall share of things in a lot of ways. They're also taking a lot of risks and a lot of investment there. So I just had some numbers in mind. Say for example, paddy prices. The government announced paddy prices. So they were around 500 rupees per quintal back in 2000. And now they are 2,320 rupees in this year. That's a rough 5 times increase. If you think, for example, something like bread packets, they were costing 7 rupees back then, and now they are costing 40 rupees. That's more than a 7 times increase. Go for a luxury good like a cinema ticket. A balcony cinema ticket, I just checked somewhere, it was there in Coimbatore, it was costing 25 rupees in 2000. Now it's costing more than 400 rupees on an average day, not even a weekend, it's going up to 1,500 on weekends. So even large farmers who would be considered prosperous maybe back in 1990, 2000, had a good standard of living, are now finding it to meet basic ends meet, let alone have a decent standard of consumption. I consider leisure to be important for good life. So small farmers have their issues, yes, but large farmers also have a lot of issues, and the country's, food, let's say the food sustainability to a large extent depends on these large farmers also. So apart from subsidies, this whole talk about having a MRP for the things rather than an MSP, the government announced thing, what do you think about it? How much do you think it is a practical solution? And if at all it can be implemented, especially for vegetable farmers also, because there is no MSP there.
This is to Sukhwal Singh, sir. Sir, you mentioned about smart subsidy and also about reverse subsidy. Could you please explain on the intangibility of smart subsidy? Take for example, potato growers or onion growers or tomato growers. How the smart subsidy is applied for them? How it is applicable? What about the intangible nature of smart subsidies, and what about reverse subsidies?
This is to Madhuri. What explains the differential behavior between different states? I mean, your descriptive data that you have presented is very interesting, but there must be, that information will not be there in that data. You'll have to probably take it out from outside this framework to see why West Bengal and Madhya Pradesh behave differently. Probably that would be an interesting, sub-theme, if you like.
The question is for you. First of all, when you told structural break, I could not see a structural break in the first two graphs. Only in the last graph, the slight increase was there, except that you put a line. When you have put a line, I understand there is a structural break, means there has to be some variation in the level, whereas the graph is going straight away. That is one point I was not able to think about it. The other point is that I understand the price has gone up in many states because of the problem in the disruption in the supply chain. But then there has to be some other states where the price should have come down. But if you take an all India average, there should not be any difference. It is just coming to my mind. I think you should clarify this point. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am, my question is to Madhuri, ma'am. No, I understand there is structural break and all, but maybe I am missing out on what are the specific mechanisms that actually explains this price volatility other than export duty and all, because basmati rice and all, like, it is anyway very much exported commodity from our place. So what makes actually this difference? And also to add to Sukhpal sir, so I mean, just as you mentioned about Telangana and Andhra, I was just saying this. Yeah, it is more about the political party that was ruling Telangana earlier. So they came up with this Raitu Bandhu scheme, yeah, which was really problematic. But now the current government came up with others, with the categorization, like only the landholders who has 2 acres or less would be allowed with the new whatever the same Raitu Bandhu scheme. So.
Thank you for the nice presentation. My question, it's my observation that is aligned with my supervisor Tiago sir's point, that related to crop insurance subsidies. Like crop insurance subsidy, crop insurance is a risk management strategy from the farmer's point of view. But if you see it is a burdensome also, fiscally burdensome, because a major proportion of agricultural budget is going for farmer subsidy. So that if we see the pattern from last 5, 6, 7 years, the claim payment as a proportion to the premium paid by the state government and central government, it is very minimal. So if you observe that, it looks like a very profitable business model for the private players, private crop insurance players. Then a very risk management strategy for farmers. But I want to know what is your standpoint on this view.
So thank you very much for very interesting questions. We will start with the discussant first. Thank you, Tiago, for very useful comments. And yeah, I agree that subsidies reinforce each other. And that's why I talked about 3 subsidies, not one. I talked irrigation, I talked power, I talked to fertilizers. Because they all go together to do whatever good or bad they do, yeah, in whichever crop. So it was important to highlight what is more problematic, what is less problematic. Altogether they are problematic anyway, in those areas where we were focusing in terms of the externalities of such subsidies. Now the issue about agriculture versus agrarian. Yes, it's very important to recognize that we have at least a few subsidies which are beyond crops or beyond agriculture. For example, Narega. What is the state of that program? Who is not after it to get it out? Yeah. Other day, Maharashtra government announced just 6,000 rupees per landless worker. Whole state is up against it in arms. So who wants to have agrarian subsidies in this country? People want only agriculture subsidies. People want subsidies only for landed. Nobody made a noise when 6,000 given under PM Kisan. First to small and marginal, then to every farmer. Now there are a lot of farmer proponents who say it should be 12,000. Gulati says it should be 50,000 per hectare. Yeah, and he calls it a smart subsidy because he says give Punjab farmer 50,000 per hectare to get out of wheat and paddy, rather paddy alone. Let me tell you, I'm also answering the smart subsidy question here. When you talk of Kerala, that actually brings back my point. It reinforces that. Now Kerala is an exception that there is a state which is giving subsidy to people. You call it royalty. I don't know why you call it royalty. I don't know when it is given. To produce a crop which at least 3 other major agriculture states in India are paying farmer not to produce that crop. Punjab is paying 17,500 rupees per hectare. Haryana is paying same amount per hectare. Madhya Pradesh is paying same amount, saying do not produce wheat and paddy. We don't need it. So I think you can't pick up one example of a state which has different orientation. I don't want to comment on that. But overall, if you look at the larger agriculture picture today, we have half of the agriculture problem or agrarian crisis because we are stuck with these 2 crops. Not only in terms of production and subsidies, but also in terms of handling the post-production output and MSP and whatnot. So all the blood shed happened because of these 2 crops, nothing else. And that's very unfortunate that we have 23 crops for which there is MSP, but only these 2 crops take the entire government resources. So I think we need to keep that in mind. And on the question of yeah, I think I now need to move to the other questions. Aishwarya's question, yeah, it's very natural for any farmer's son or daughter to complain. Yeah, I've also seen it from close quarters, and I don't think you can compare apples and stones. I know a farmer union leader, I went to meet him when he was MP in his flat many years back. He was comparing gold prices and wheat prices. He was comparing steel prices, and I said, what is the point? Even when you compare one input with the output price, you are doing a partial comparison. Only fertilizer will not lead you to your wheat or rice output. So you need to look at what is that which is going wrong there. And let me also tell you, this is what I say everywhere. Today you don't need to be a farmer. You need to be an agri-business entity. Money is not in the field, money is in the market. Somebody asked this, you only asked the difference between retail and wholesale prices. I asked this question when Farmer Union asked about MSP, C2 plus 50%. Why 50? Why not 70? Why not 30? MS Swaminathan, C2 plus 50%. What is the logic? Now please tell me anybody, any of the experts here, any value chain player who can offer you 70% of the consumer retail price, whether potato chips or banana chips, who is there who can give you 70 or 60% of the retail price of that product as a farmer price? I will submit. I have not got answer to this. This is a narrative being created. We don't know how to assess farmer benefit. We are still going out with age-old methodology, outdated methodology of measuring farmer benefit in terms of producer share in consumer rupee. It's completely outdated. We are in the age of value chains, products, brands. How can you do this raw material based kind of arrangement and say farmer is getting only 40%? This is no way to assess farmer benefit. And let me tell you, farmer needs to make money. Farmer should understand market. Farmer should go there. I have seen this 36 farmers in Maharashtra, Gujarat, and even small part of Punjab who are making, now note this number, making anywhere between 100,000 rupees to 700,000 rupees per acre per year net profit. But none of them grew wheat or paddy. None at all. They are either into spices or into organic or fruits or vegetables, and all of them go up to the retailing of their produce. They don't go to dispose it off like Punjab farmer goes. When you ask him in Hindi, where are you going? Gehu girane ja raha hun. Chawal girane ja. You don't go to girao 5, but you are done for 6 months. So this is also mindset problem. I think we are stuck because unions are also into that mode that you just ask for things without analyzing. And privately, union leaders agree that this is not a valid demand. But then they are sort of, it's a narrative which has stuck on now.
So I've written in my book the full chapter on MSP question. It's possible to legalize MSP for farmers, but not the way it is being asked by unions. Yeah, it can be done like NREGA. It can be done like right to food, like right to information as a rights mechanism where the government is bound to deliver it, not the private sector. So I think I have, I just give you last question, answer. I remember Professor V.S. Vyas, when he was talking about all the agrarian crisis and so on, he said, let's give a golden handshake to large farmers. They can do anything under the sun. Take away their land. We have enough people to till the land. Let them do, set up agro business, other business, go abroad, whatever they want to do. We still have such large amount of landlessness and small farms. You can't be asking for everything. You already have, but we have not done land reform. We haven't done any other things in the benefit of the, yeah, I think I've done it. So I'll stop here. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Ritika, for your comments. I'll take a look at it. And regarding the comments, state level differences, yes, that's the next step that I want to very closely look at, because states like Bihar, they don't even have APMC. Bihar has repealed APMC, whereas Karnataka has very proactively implemented APMC. Tamil Nadu has a different level of implementation. So every state has done very different set of policies. So that's definitely something I'll want to explore next level. Second, coming to the structural breaks thing. So at the statistical level, when I tested for the structural break, when I did the econometric model, I didn't show you very detailed, but there is a biparon model is there. When you implement it, it shows 2 points of structural break where I showed that vertical line. But on the graph, when you see that, the monthly data, it doesn't show very significant. You have to magnify. That's why that other graph that I showed, the other interrupted time series analysis, there it's very visible. The time trend is like this and then it goes like that. So there you can see that. So you have to magnify that graph. Second mechanism for us, what I was looking at is that my question is like this: is there a structural break caused by the economic shock and policy shock? Okay, that's my question. So I'm not asking the other way around. It's not like I first look at structural break and then I ask why there is a structural break. I'm saying that this event has happened. Is it really showing up in the data? Has it caused a significant change in the mean prices? So that's the causality I'm testing, that economic shocks, have they caused a shift in the mean prices? And they have. So I found, yes, statistically I found it has caused. There is a structural break. That's the thing, okay? We can discuss more about it, okay?
With this, we wind up the session with one caveat. In order to understand agricultural growth in India, we have to study the institutional framework within which we operate. The Nobel Prize winners, we should follow the Nobel Prize winners of this year to understand this. I hope the younger generation will follow this.
Thank you, professors, for this insightful discussion. Now we will proceed with our next event, where we have a book discussion, where Professor Sudipto Mandal, who is the chairman of CDS, will be moderating the session with Professor Pranab Bardhan, who is a Professor Emeritus of Economics at California University. Attention everybody, the tea and the snacks are served at the back of the auditorium. Okay.
Hello everyone. We request everyone to please join back. We are about to start the session now.
This is Sanskrit. Charayvedi mostly. Should we ask Pranav?
Hello everyone. May I have your attention please? We will now have a book discussion on the book titled Charayvati, An Academic's Global Journey, authored by Professor Pranab Bardhan. He will be in a discussion with Professor Sudipto Mandal. Please join back.
Distinguished participants, we have had a very long day today and a very productive day, but I think the high points was that the day started with Professor Bardhan's special address, and now we are going to have his presentation of his own book. The format we will follow, which is what he would like, that he will first make a few general remarks about the book, and then he will read out some passages from the book which he has selected, presumably with a few introductory lines about why he has chosen those passages. After that, I will raise some questions, pose some issues for discussion regarding things in the book, and then if time permits, then we will have a few questions from the floor. I hope we will have time for that. So, before I hand over the floor to Professor Bardhan, we all know that he is one of the world's leading development economists, and that's, I don't have to say that. But since this is a discussion about a book which is sort of an autobiography, not of a conventional type, but in some ways it's about his journey in life, and especially in his professional life. So let me start by making a few remarks about some of the major benchmarks in his life. He grew up in North Calcutta, went to school there, I think to Hindu school, and then graduated from Presidency College, had some very famous teachers there, lecturers who are themselves legends. After that, he got a scholarship and went to do his PhD in Cambridge. And he will talk to you, I'm sure, about his experiences in all these places. But by the time he finished his PhD, he already had a job offer from MIT. So he went to MIT, and it was a very, very productive period of life. He was publishing profusely, publishing in all the best top journals in the world and so on. But clearly there was something that he was feeling restless about. So after a few years teaching there, he decided to come back to India. I mean, this is something very few people do, give up a job in MIT to go back to, you know, a third world country. And I think the chairman of his department had something to say about it. But he did come back to India, started doing a very different kind of work, first at the ISI, which used to be located in the Planning Commission those days, and then eventually had its own campus. Then he moved to the Delhi School of Economics, and he taught there for several years. Then I think around the time of the emergency, by then he had also got an offer from the University of California in Berkeley. By then he was a very well-established leading, not only did he have a big presence in the field of international trade, but he had by then established himself also as a leading contributor to development economics. And so he had this offer from Berkeley, which he took, and then he spent the rest of his career there. He's still there as emeritus professor. His major fields of contribution were initially in the field of international trade theory. Then when he came to India, there was a big transition, a lot of empirical work, some of it done field work in villages of West Bengal with Ashok Rudra and many others. So it was a very big shift in the kind of work that he was doing. And so he became, I mean, that's how he, he began his, and of course did theoretical work also in development theory, and published, and then when he went back, he started also gradually working on political economic aspects of development. He was, apart from his huge number of awesome publication record in journals, and I don't know, I have lost count of how many books he has published. He was also, I think, for, correct me if I'm wrong, Professor Bardhan, but I think for 14 or 15 years, the longest serving editor of the Journal of Economic Development. And 18 years, wow. So as recognition of that, his colleagues actually organized a special conference of Bardhan's contributions to development economics, and that was brought out as a special issue of the Journal of Economic Development. Now all of this is generally there in records, you will see, but a special aspect of his journey, which he briefly referred to in the morning, was his engagement with Raj and with the Center for Development Studies. Very early in his career, actually, he was offered a job here, and after he was not able to accept the job, and I think Professor Raj asked him if he had any critical remarks to make about the center, and there's a whole story there about the center being a Hindu undivided family, which I mentioned, referred to in passing yesterday, but I'll leave it to him to talk about all this. On a very personal footnote, I have to reveal to all of you that actually he was also my PhD supervisor during his period in the Delhi School of Economics, and throughout my career, he has really been a sort of mentor for me. So the two most important people who have influenced the way I think about economic and other issues are actually Ken Raj and Pranab Bardhan. So you can imagine that for me personally, this is a very, very special occasion. So with those few words, let me now invite you, Professor Bardhan, to.
Thank you, Sudipto, for those over-generous comments. Thank you. I know it's a long day and many of you must be tired. What I'll do, as Sudipto mentioned, I'll talk first generally what the book is about, and then I'll read out some passages. Some of the passages will be about Raj and Kerala and CDS, and some other passages. And then we'll have discussion, Sudipto and I. First, the name of the book, Charaivati. Charaivati is actually part of a Sanskrit hymn composed sometime between the 5th and 6th century BCE. It's in the Aitareya Upanishad. And it's the context, it means, Charaivati means, keep moving in search of self-realization. And something that I don't mention in the book, but I came to know later, that a few centuries later, Gautama Buddha, in his daily sermons, always used to end chanting Charaivati, Charaivati in Buddha's sermons. Let me also begin my general observations by saying that I always felt it's a bit of a conceit to write a memoir, which it is. Why is it a matter of a bit of conceit? Because why would other people be interested in my life? That's what I told myself. But then I consoled myself by saying, it's not just about myself. It's about others. In fact, it's more about others than myself. My interactions and my observations about others, observations about society, about politics, about culture, and of course about the economy and economists. There are many general observations in the book, but my life being in the background, that lends some intimacy to the observations. Observations about which societies? Well, primarily about India, the country I'm from, and the United States, where I live generally, and also some other parts of the world I'm reasonably familiar with. For example, large parts of Western Europe. In fact, the book has one whole chapter on the English academic life, because I was a student there, then I have gone as visiting professors, visiting fellows in Oxford, Cambridge colleges, visiting professor at the London School of Economics, etc. There's a whole chapter on the English academic life. Then there is a whole chapter on China, a country in which I've been interested right from the beginning of my professional life. In fact, I can tell you, 1970, I published an article in the Journal of Asian Studies on a comparative study of Chinese and Indian agriculture. And 2020, 50 years after that, I gave a lecture in Beijing. I go to China quite often until COVID. I've been there many times. 2020 or 2018, I gave a lecture in Beijing on Chinese governance system, comparative study with India and some other developing countries. And that was published in a Chinese journal in English called China Economic Review. So this 50 years, I've been interested in China. In fact, if anyone is interested, the first time I went to China was in 1989. I went to Tiananmen Square, where the massacre took place the night of June 3, 1989. I was in Tiananmen Square the previous afternoon, June 2nd, and I interviewed lots of these protesting students. You'll find an account of that in the book. And since then, I've been many times interacted with Chinese intellectuals, and there's a whole chapter on China, as I said. The book is also full of my observations on systemic issues. What do I mean by systemic issues? Broadly, on issues of capitalism, socialism, democracy, nationalism, etc. The book is full of comments on those kind of systemic issues. I might also mention, some of you may be interested, and there's an elaborate description of it in the book. In 1981, I was invited to join an international group to study Marxism. This group is an interdisciplinary group primarily composed of philosophers, some economists, some historians, some sociologists, some legal scholars, and so on. 1981, and that group is meeting every year. Even this year they met. So it's been continuing. And that group I learned a lot from that group. Not all the members were Marxists, but they take all of them, each of them, take Marx very seriously. And the general idea was that Marx asked some very important questions, particularly about capitalism. Some of his answers may not be right, but the questions were important. And they deserve to be studied even today using more modern methods of analysis and modern data. And that's the purpose of that group. And as I said, it's been going on for the last more than 40 years. It's an international group. The other systemic kind of issue that have always interested me is the three social coordination mechanisms. By that I mean, so for example, the market is a very important social coordination mechanism. So is the state, and so is the community. Three social coordination mechanisms. And these mechanisms are very important to study, and here there are a lot of comments, observations I have on these coordination mechanisms, their relations, and some of the advantages of this social coordination mechanism. The market has some advantages, the state has some advantages, the communities have some advantages. But they also have disadvantages. We know about market failures, we know about government failures, but we also know about community failures. So I have lots of observations on those intellectual debates about these three social coordination mechanisms. The only other general observation about the book that I want to make is that in economics, throughout my professional career, even though I have worked in different areas, some technical, some not so technical issues in economics, there are three abiding concerns in my work. One is about what today will be called institutional economics. In fact, this year's Nobel Prize is on that subject, institutional economics. Now, when I started work in that area, people didn't call it institutional economics. In fact, my first major article in development economics is on a very old agrarian institution called sharecropping. That's an that's an institution. By economists, by institutions, economists mean not necessarily an organization. They mean what Marx would have called relations of production. And we started, some of us, myself and a few other people, started working on it in the early 1970s. 70s and 1980s, we did theoretical work, we did empirical work. I started work with National Sample Survey data in India, but then very soon I found out National Sample Survey data do not give you relations of production that I'm interested in. So then, along with Ashok Rudra, I carried out repeat surveys of a sample of 110 villages in West Bengal. That was in the late 70s and early 1980s. And then in 1990s, I also, along with another economist, Dilip Mukherjee, we did village surveys on a different issue, institutional issue, on governance issues. So we started working on decentralization, on panchayats, rural panchayats in West Bengal. So we studied 90 villages. We went back to the same villages again and again, studying the governance of decentralization. So these institutional issues have been a preoccupation in my professional life for a long time. Second institutional issue, let me tell you how I got interested in the second issue, even as a child. I grew up in a very poor neighborhood in Kolkata. And my father didn't believe in schools. So I was not sent to schools. I was homeschooled. My father taught me at home. But so the timing of the school, my homeschooling, depended on my father's other activities. So the rest of the time I was free. So I used to play with the neighborhood street kids, street children, who also did not go to school. They are too poor to go to school. So I met a large number of very poor street kids. And that gave me an understanding. And the same also, I spent part of my childhood near Shantiniketan. There also I didn't go to school because my father didn't believe in schooling. So I played with the village, very poor children of the villages around Shantiniketan. So I became initiated into spending time with very poor children. And I found out many things, but one thing that struck me is that in these poor neighborhoods, there are many problems. Some of them have fairly reasonably well-known solutions too, but they don't get done. And if you ask why, it's essential. It's not that the economists need to tell them what needs to be done. They know it. But they found it difficult to, in using simple language, to get their act together. And getting your act together is a simpler way of what political scientists call a problem of collective action. So, problem of collective action has been an abiding concern, whether you're trying to solve neighborhood problems, whether you are trying to even, on the macro, my book on political economy of development was about how macroeconomic big problems become difficult to solve for India, where collective action is difficult to do because India is extremely heterogeneous, extremely unequal. And I have done theoretical models as well as empirical work on how inequality and heterogeneity make collective action very difficult. So that's been an abiding concern. Also, I applied this on the subject of management of local commons. What is local commons? Like irrigation water, like fisheries, like forestry, like grazing lands. These are things on which the daily life of the rural poor depend. And so, for example, I was struck by the fact that in many Indian villages, there are lots of water problems. Let's think of irrigation water, there are water disputes, water conflicts. In some villages, they resolve these conflicts relatively better. Whereas many other villages, they cannot resolve it. So the collective action fails in some villages, not in others. This has been an issue of abiding concern for me. And that's a second issue that I have come back again and again. I talk about it in the book, and there, both with my village surveys and also this kind of studies. By the way, on irrigation water collective action, I worked not with West Bengal data, but with Tamil Nadu data. I studied 48 irrigation communities, how they resolved water disputes. On forestry, along with Dilip Mukherjee, I studied several hundreds of villages in Himalayan foothills about deforestation, how collective action becomes a big problem to solve. Third issue, and that will end my general observation, third issue of abiding concern is inequality. I've always been interested in equality, but it so happened in the middle 1990s, I was asked by the MacArthur Foundation in the United States to be the co-director of a group to study inequality, and our main focus was on how inequality hurts the economy, the costs of inequality. And we have a large group, about 18 international scholars, many of them economists, but not just economists, political scientists, sociologists, etc. Some of these members of this group are now quite famous. We started the group in 1995. It went on until 2007 for 12 years, funded by the MacArthur Foundation. Our research was funded by them. In fact, one very famous person, he's become very famous with the study of inequality, is my friend Thomas Piketty. Some of you may have heard of his name. He was a member of our group. We funded his early research in the tax archives of France. And three other members also have become very famous. One is Abhijit Banerjee, Esther Duflo, and Michael Kramer. They got the Nobel Prize a few years back in development economics, but their work also on inequality was part of this group, and there are many others. And there I learned a lot from this group. We are 18 members. Let me now read out some anecdotal passages, and then I'll come back. So on the anecdotal passages, I have lots of anecdotes, not just about economists, but also about literature and cinema. But I don't want to touch on them. If anyone is interested in literature and cinema, this book is full of references to those. So I'm going to talk about some anecdotes about economists. So let me start with K.N. Raj. I already mentioned in the beginning today how in my lecture in the start of today, how K.N. Raj has been a big inspiration to me. What I forgot to mention, that when I first met Raj, he was at that time the head of the Delhi Economics Department in Delhi School of Economics. He gave me to read, I think 3 or 4 chapters of a book he was working on. It's on the structure of the Indian agrarian economy. And I was very much inspired. I think he never got around to finish that book. But that book, the chapters of that book, inspired me a great deal. And then Raj became the Vice Chancellor of Delhi University. And those days, when he was the Vice Chancellor of the Delhi University, every morning, his house was about 2 miles from my home, my flat. And every morning, for this morning walk, he used to come from his home and wake us up, because Raj started his day very early. So he wake us up, demand coffee, and then he will narrate to us his day, the previous day, how much problems he had to face as the Vice Chancellor, how much trouble the leftist teachers' unions and the right-wing ABVP, Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad students were giving him, the trouble that he was facing. In fact, he would then end by saying, you know, all this the whole day, and then when I come back home, you know what happens? His younger son, Dinu, he will mobilize the whole neighborhood children and march in front of Raj. All these slogans Dinu and the other children have heard the previous day. So they will say, "Down, down, Dr. Raj." He says, that's what I have to face when I go home. So then after that, somewhat in disgust, he left Delhi University and came and established CDS. So let me read out that part. After CDS was established, I think in 1970, he immediately started luring me and my wife Kalpana to join the faculty at CDS, and even offered to get us land on which he would persuade his friend Laurie Baker to build us a low-cost, energy-efficient, beautiful house like his own. I lived in Raj's home, I think twice. At CDS, he not merely provided intellectual leadership, he was the pater familias for the group. After a whole day of teaching and seminars, in the evening, he would visit his colleagues' home, try to solve their multifarious domestic problems, while his wife Sarsamma would minister to their sundry medical needs. While I did not join, for various reasons, I did not join CDS, though I visited quite a few times. In fact, I should say, after my first 2 visits in CDS, then I went back to Delhi, and immediately I was so impressed by Kerala's socio-economic progress and demographic progress. I was impelled to write an article. I wrote a long article in EPW. I think the title of the article was "On Life and Death Questions in India," and how those questions have been remarkably resolved in Kerala, unlike many other parts of the country. So I remember the day EPW carried that article, I got a call from, I was in Delhi at that time, got back from Trivandrum. Raj calls me, said, "We just saw that article. Do you know, this is a big project we are working on." So that was the project, the UNDP project, which made the Kerala model of development an international matter of international acclaim. While I did not join CDS, Raj did twist my arm to take up the only work I ever did in my life for any government anywhere. He got me to chair a commission of inquiry into Kerala's plantations, appointed by the CPI government at that time of Achyuta Menon, a friend of Raj's. So I did take up that commission's work. We worked for about nearly 1 year. And we worked hard to write a detailed official report, submitted to the government, and went back. That report never saw the light of the day. It must have been chewed up by some insects in some dungeon of a Thiruvananthapuram ministry. But this work gave me an opportunity to travel up and down the countryside and take a closer look at Kerala's remarkable society and economy and the beautiful lush green landscape. One early morning, I remember, we were driving through a village and I saw some workers with red flags congregated around a paddy field. I asked the driver to stop, and we saw there something remarkable for a remote Indian village. There was a scene of collective bargaining. The leader of the landless workers in the field, a low caste, I think Pulaya woman, was doing her hard bargaining with the landowner about the daily wage some distance away, and when they came to an agreement, she waved her red flag to the waiting comrades to signal the agreement, and then they all started the day's work. Coming from a different part of India, this was a sight I've never seen anywhere else in the country. I should also mention, since time is running out, let me skip some. Let me just say, during my travels in the hilly plantations, I observed something remarkable around 5 p.m. or so, when the siren went off, indicating closing time of the plantations or factories. From one hill, you could clearly see on the next hill 2 distinct streams of people coming out of the factory gate. One stream, mostly of women, going in one direction toward their homes, and the other stream, mainly of men, going in a different direction toward the nearby toddy shops. After the commission's work was over and we were at the point of departing for Delhi, the commission's office in this city arranged for a winding up party the evening before. The office manager was arranging for bottles of whiskey, beer, etc. On an impulse, I asked that instead toddy should be served. Everyone responded enthusiastically. When the bottles started coming in wrapped in newspapers, I noticed something scribbled on each bottle in ink. I asked what it was, written in ink, and found out that one bottle was marked 12:30 p.m., another 2 p.m., etc. The people explained to me that those were marks of when the toddy was prepared in the day, as toddy did not remain drinkable for long. I had never before encountered alcohol vintage by the hour. Last thing that I want to read of that Kerala episode. I was once invited by Ochito Menon, the chief minister, to a wedding at his home. Raj took me there, and I was immediately impressed by the simplicity of the ceremony and the sparsity in the decorations, jewelry on display, and food servings. I asked Raj if this was because it was a communist household or this was the general custom in Kerala. I still remember Raj's answer. Raj said it was both. You would not usually see the North Indian style of extravagance in Kerala weddings. Let me now, in the remaining short time, talk about 2 friends of Raj, friends of CDS. One, somebody who visited, one of my teachers from Cambridge, England, who often visited CDS, and that is Joan Robinson. I used to know Joan Robinson quite well, so let me read out some passages there. I've always thought that Joan Robinson's contributions to economics, both in the 1930s on Keynesian economics and the economics of imperfect competition, and in the 1950s on the intricate questions she raised on capital theory, easily deserved a Nobel Prize, which she never got. We students were actually a bit afraid of her. She was brusque in her manners and did not care for social pleasantries. I used to see her taking long walks in Cambridge, always dressed in an Indian salwar kameez, with her white hair pulled back in a bun. I was advised by other Indian students not to greet her casually when I met her walking. Apparently, one student had greeted her with an innocent but formal, "Good morning, Mrs. Robinson." She sharply retorted, "So what?" She, however, had a special affinity with India and used to spend a few weeks in India, mainly in Kerala, every Christmas. She told us that she was in Kerala escaping from the commercial hell of England during Christmas. In seminars, she would sit in front and quickly fall asleep. And then at the end, the clapping for the speaker would wake her up. And then she would ask very sharp questions. Amartya Sen has described her as totally brilliant but vigorously intolerant. I also found her a bit politically naive. The way she repeated the then Chinese government's rhetoric eulogizing the great cultural revolution, or the way once after a visit to North Korea, she gave us a lecture all gaga about the splendid achievements of North Korean government. There are alternative speculations about why she did not get the Nobel Prize. I don't think it was necessarily the misogyny of the Nobel selectors at that time. More likely, like us students, the Nobel Committee people were afraid that she might have rudely refused it, or even on acceptance, might have behaved improperly in front of the Swedish monarch during the elaborate prize-giving ceremony, something the Swedes care a lot about. Let me now cut short another friend, the other friend of Raj, that I have quite a few episodes, anecdotes about, but I'm not going to repeat them, is Sachin Chaudhary. Sachin Chaudhary was the founder editor of Economic Weekly first, and then later in the 1960s, Economic and Political Weekly. And particularly in the second, the establishment of Economic Political Weekly, I know Raj played a very important role, and shortly afterwards, Sachin Chaudhary passed away, and Raj was instrumental in the selection of the new editor, which was Krishna Raj. Sachin Chaudhary happened to be a classmate of my father, so I used to know him quite from my childhood, and he became a mentor for me, and I have a lot of anecdotes about Sachin Chaudhary. Then I have some anecdotes about Prashanta Mahalanobis, the great statistician, the major architects of statistical systems in India. Many of you, the non-Bengalis, don't know that Mahalanobis was not just a planner, not just a builder of statistical system, not just a great statistician, founder, director of the ISI, but he was a big figure in the cultural and literary world of Bengal. He was a personal assistant as well as confidant of Rabindranath Tagore. So I have quite a few anecdotes. Let me give you just one brief anecdote. He was a very stern administrator in ISI. Those days, ISI, everybody's office was a little cubicle made of adjustable wooden partitions. And Mahalanobis overnight will adjust those partitions. So you come in the morning and found your office has shrunk. So that way you know what kind of satisfaction or dissatisfaction the director is having with you. This is a way of labor rewards or punishment system which labor economists have not considered. I also have a lot of anecdotes about another much younger person, an economist who I think, friend of mine, who I think is one of the most influential Indian economist. He's an Indian citizen, Belgian-born, Jean Drèze. So I have many anecdotes about Jean. I came to know Jean when he was teaching at London School of Economics. That's how when I knew him in the middle 1980s. And of course, later he came to India. There are a lot of anecdotes in India. But when he was in London School of Economics, I remember he said, I want to discuss things with you. I said, now I'm going to a meeting. The first time I met him, I said, I'm going to a meeting. Can I call you in the evening? Give me your telephone number. Those days, these are before mobile phone. So he started grinning. And then I realized he has neither a home nor a phone. He used to spend the evenings with the homeless in a nearby park in the cold and the damp of London. Then once the whole group took over an abandoned children's hospital in a distant part of London and invited me to dinner that he was going to cook. He cooked chicken curry, I remember, even though he's a vegetarian himself. And so there's an account of my spending that evening in a dinner with large number of homeless people, and it's an abandoned hospital, no electricity, so there are these candle lights, and you see the table there with lots of these wrappers in rags, these homeless people, and chicken curry was being served like in a candle light from a pan by what looked to me a Christ-like figure. And I said, it gave me the imagery of this famous painting, The Last Supper. Let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranam. That is absolutely delightful. All these really amusing anecdotes. And there are lots more in the book. For those of you who are interested, the books are available there for sale, a few copies that we were able to get hold of. But you should not be misled that the book is only full of these funny anecdotes. Actually, there are also some very serious themes throughout his professional life and so on, which are also discussed in the book. I'm going to ask you actually just one question, but in 3 parts. And this is about, I'm not sure how to describe it, whether to call it cleavages or contrasting approaches of different things in your professional life, which actually keep coming up throughout the book. One is about your research and contributions. When, in this very unusual way, you left MIT and moved to India, that was not the only change. There was also dramatic change in the kind of work you were doing, because there you had become by then a very well-known international trade theorist, and then you moved off from that, and when you came here, as you mentioned, you started working with NSS data first, and then that wasn't good enough to answer the questions you were asking. You and Ashok Rudra started doing this field work and so on. So you moved away from theoretical research, and I think when you went, after that, when you went back to Berkeley, of course, I understand your chairs have always been in teaching in international trade, in teaching international trade. So you continued that and also did theoretical work in development economics, but a lot of it combined with empirical work. So there's this contrast, and I want to ask you this question because this center came to be known somewhat unfairly, I think, as Raj was thought of as being anti-theory. I don't think he was really anti-theory. He was anti the kind of theory that was there, and he wanted to develop his own. As you said, it remained an incomplete project, this book on agrarian relations that he published. But the center got to be known that way, and actually, if I'm not mistaken, virtually all our researchers are working on applied problems, not problems of theory. So I want to ask you about this, this contrast, the cleavage, you will, between theory and empirical research, the role of theory in the study of economic problems. The second issue. Oh, okay. So then 3 questions. Okay, first. Okay, fine.
Or do you prefer all the 3? No, I don't care. So give me that. This is a perpetual question in economics, the relation between theory and empirical work. And it has become much more complicated since my days, because now empirical work, any respectable empirical work, if you want to publish in journals, it has to be very pure in terms of some particular methods. So even in the empirical work, it has become much narrowly specialized, technical, much more technical. So for example, if you submit in the major journals abroad, if you submit an article without experimental data, it's very difficult to get published. Most of my life, the empirical work I've done does not use experimental. The 3 Nobel Prize winners that I mentioned, about Kremer, Banerjee, and Duflo, they have introduced these experimental methods, the randomized control trial data. And it's very difficult to publish without experimental data now. So even in empirical work, it's become much narrower. On the other hand, a big change in economics that has taken place over the last 2-3 decades is theoretical work alone is not good enough. So when I started, as I already mentioned, I was doing at my PhD time, and also when I was teaching at MIT, I was doing mostly theoretical mathematical work. Today, just to publish in that kind of theory is not enough, at least not in the major journals. So economics in general has become much more empirical. So 2 things I'm mentioning. Economics in general has become much more empirical, applied. So all of economics has become much more applied compared to my younger days, my days of youth. And within empirical work, it has become much more technical. So these are the 2 big changes that have happened. I don't know whether the pendulum will swing back to theory. Probably not. I think generally the best papers today also have theory, but theory generating testable hypotheses. And that in the testing has become much more sophisticated. In the testing, what many of these people will tell you, even the most rigorous statistical exercises at most prove generalized correlations, not causations. And they are trying to prove causations. My own opinion that they are not succeeding there either. I find the view of the econometrician, another Nobel winner, Angus Deaton. Angus, for example, is quite skeptical of this new change that is taking place in the empirical work. So there is a lot of, all I wanted to say, there is a lot of turmoil going on in the relation between theoretical and empirical, and within empirical, the different technicalities. So that turmoil is part, in a sense, it shows the subject is quite dynamic.
So it's actually good. It's disruptive change, which hopefully out of this a nice balance will come. My second question is about economics and the other social sciences. Your friend Jeff Harcourt once described economics as social science imperialism. I don't even remember that phrase. And economists generally don't think very highly of the other social sciences. But you have been an exception in this. But throughout your career, on a number of occasions, including that Makata project you were mentioning, you have tried to reach out to fellow social scientists, anthropologists, political scientists, and so on, to find a sort of, if I may put it that way, an interdisciplinary path going forward. Now, that has always also been the intention of this center. Whether we have succeeded or not is a different question. I think in terms of Romila Thapa's description of what she considers interdisciplinary, she would not take this seriously. But anyway, that is the aspiration. So I wanted to ask you about your thoughts on where is all that going? Was that a one-off? It didn't get any further, or are you hopeful about this?
That's a very important question. I'd like to answer. But there's something that I wanted to mention in response to the earlier question. Let me give you the example of an Indian Nobel Prize winner in economics, Abhijit Banerjee. It's a very good example of the transition that we are talking about. Abhijit, not merely his PhD work, he became famous in economics on the basis of his very acute theoretical work. But nowadays, he only does experimental data work. So you see that transition in Abhijit's career. He has turned from a brilliant theorist now to a brilliant empirical work. And empirical work is his passion now. Just to give an example, a very good example. Going back to your question about interdisciplinary, yes, I have always been interested in interdisciplinarity, partly because many of you young people don't have it now, but when I was doing economics in Presidency College in Kolkata, we did not have economics as such. It was political economy. So I had to do, for example, politics as well as economics. So for example, in my undergraduate days in Presidency College, I still remember, apart from the usual economics books, we had to study page by page 2 texts. One is Aristotle's Politics. Another is John Stuart Mill's Liberty, on Liberty. These were probably these days economists don't study them. But I, as an undergraduate, because ours is in political economy, not economics as such. And I have never forgotten that. So to me, politics and economics are not separate. So I consider myself as a political economist through and through. So that's one disciplinary boundary I've never respected. But over time, when I started doing village surveys, in fact, I remember M.N. Srinivas, the great sociologist, once told me, you are the rare economist who does village surveys. I don't know any other economist those days who does village surveys. He used to talk about field view and book view. He says economists have just a book view, not a field view. So he was kind of giving me some compliments on that. But while doing it, I found out that while economists don't do village surveys, and they should do it, anthropologists are very rich, give you very rich insights in the village they study. But very often, they go beyond that and then generalize. Even Srinivas, the greatest sociologist India has produced, studied one village which he called Rampura. One of the hypotheses about Sanskritization, we applied to all of India on the basis of one village. No statistician will subscribe to this. So I became very interested in the approach of economic statisticians to village data and the approach of anthropologists. No doubt anthropologist studies gives you much richer insight, but into that village. So you can always say it's your village, not my village. So how do you resolve that? So I became interested in that question, and generally I found economists talk too infrequently to other social scientists, particularly anthropologists. So I have edited 2 books. on the basis of 2 conferences I organized. In fact, one of those conferences I organized in Bengaluru. At that time, we used to call it Bangalore, and another was in Goa. And then I edited books, 2 books. The first was published in 1989 called Conversation Between Economists and Anthropologists. Now, I realized very early that if I put economists and anthropologists together, they will talk past each other. They will not engage one another. So, in order to make them engage, I chose very narrow topic. To give you an example, that first book, I told them, look, you anthropologists go to a village, and you have been going to that village from time to time. You tell us that things have improved in that village. Economic statisticians also talk about rural standard of living improving or not improving. But they use different criteria. So I tried to engage them in how do they measure change. So they were kind of compelled to discuss methodologies of measurement. So that is the first book. Quite a few number of essays discussing methodologies of measurement of change. The second book came out, I think, around 2010. It's also called Conversation Between Economists and Anthropologists. But there I gave them also a narrow topic. So you go to a village, going back to something that I mentioned before, farmers cooperating or not cooperating in resolving, say, a local commons problem, water disputes that I gave an example of. What are the methodological differences between economists and anthropologists on that question of when do farmers cooperate and when they don't? So usually, economists will give you either formally or informally a game theoretic idea of cooperation. A game theoretic model where the equilibrium is cooperation or not cooperation. The anthropologists talk about norms and ideals and so on. So how do you get them together? If anyone is interested, in that book, I and the co-editor, Isha Ray, we spend a lot of time in finding out what exactly is the different methodological difference between an economist's way of approaching these questions and the anthropologist's approaching the question. If you are interested, read that article. We really went into great detail in methodological differences. But yes, we spend a lot of time in thinking of these issues. And in fact, one more thing, and there I gained a lot from my interaction with Ashok Rudra. Ashok Rudra taught me, I told you already that NSS didn't give me the answers on relations. But Ashok persuaded me that in the existing sampling designs, etc., they don't study relations. So he and I designed special ways of sampling relations. If you are interested, in the first volume that I mentioned, Conversations Between Economists and Anthropologists, there's a chapter called Field Survey Methods. And there we discuss what are the way statisticians can sample relations. To this day, I have not seen any further work in that area. I think this is something those who have some knowledge of statistics, some knowledge of anthropology, should apply their mind to that question. We approached it very primitively, but I think it requires a lot more work. Unfortunately, Ashok Rudra is gone, otherwise he would have been interested.
Before we move on to, so on this, are you optimistic that economists and others will?
Economists, not so much with social anthropology, but they're moving with interdisciplinary in another direction, and there's a great deal of work going on. In fact, there already have been several Nobel Prizes in that area of economics. It's called economics and psychology. That is one direction in which there's a lot of movement. So, and law certainly. So on this already there's so much work. The Nobel Prizes have already been there, and the most well-known is Danny Kahneman. Actually, Danny Kahneman and George Ekerlof, my colleague in Berkeley, they used to teach a course on economics and psychology, which I took that course with them. And I learned a lot again. I've never studied psychology, but I learned a lot from an economist like George Ekerlof and psychologist. At that time, he was a professor of psychology in Berkeley. Later, he moved to Princeton on how psychologists approach. So these things are happening now. This is a course in economics department that I went and took. So I think more than anthropology, it's in that direction. Economists have moved a great deal.
Thank you. So the last question I want to ask is about these contrasting approaches in your political views. If you go through this book and all the people you engage with, who became your friends and so on, you would get the impression that all economists, both in Oxford and Cambridge and all over the United States, are all left of center. Well, I guess there's some selection bias in those people became your friends, but yes, but you also emphatically maintain that you are not a Marxist. And so this navigating this path where you're left of center but not being a Marxist, and the September group that you talked about, which they meet every year and so on, probably was a very interesting platform for this. But I just want to know about your navigation of this rather challenging path. And I think I have a clue to the answer to this question in your other book, World of Insecurity, which I have reviewed that book, as you know, and I described it as a manifesto for the revival of social democracy. But anyway, it's for you to answer the question.
Yes, this is a difficult challenge throughout my professional life. Coming from leftist Bengal, I always had to grapple with orthodox left people. I'm never orthodox. I'm a heterodox. And I have a tendency to go against the current. When everybody else is Marxist, I try to find fault with Marx. So, and when everybody else is liberal or right-wing, I go the other way. But the danger of that, I think there's one American writer once said, the problem of standing in the middle of the road, you are likely to get run over. And that has happened to me many, many times. But I have found that if your loyalty is to truth rather than ideological purity, you have to find, in fact, in the morning session, I gave an example of attitude to globalization. Now I find people in the left are often opposed to globalization. People in the extreme right are opposed to globalization. I gave the example of Trump. Brexit people are against globalization. Extreme right-wing all over Europe are against globalization. I think one is to see, depending on issues, there may be truth in both sides. Some aspects are right, some aspects are wrong. Abhijit Banerjee, by the way, has described me in one of his Hindustan Times columns. He was talking about, he referred to us, myself, T.N. Srinivasan, and Ashok Rudra, the ISI triumvirate. And he says ISI triumvirate was composed of T.N. Srinivasan, and he calls him proud to be neoliberal. Proud to be neoliberal. Ashok Rudra, he describes as dyed-in-the-wool Marxist, and he calls me maverick leftist. And yes, I am maverick. I don't know whether I succeed in level, but I'm also reminded of a conversation I had. I didn't have time today to read that. When I went to MIT, of the senior MIT people, I came to know Paul Samuelson very well. Just to give you an idea, Paul Samuelson is widely regarded as the head of the neoliberal school. Let me just give you a quotation from the book. By the way, Paul Samuelson and I taught jointly a course on international trade. He would teach different fields in different semesters. So one semester he came to me, says, I want to teach jointly with you international economics. My only problem is to take the class at 8 a.m. when I am hardly awake. Robert Solow I know very well. He's the one who took me to MIT. But there's another senior person I became very friendly with, is one of the founding fathers of modern development economics, Paul Rosenstein-Rodan. His background is from Vienna. He's an Austrian by birth, but then after going to Britain, he went to MIT. So first time, he was full of stories, and in here I recount many of his stories. But the first time I met him, he said, before I discuss economics with you, I want to know what is your politics. So I said, well, you may call it left of center, but of course, my Marxist friends in India will say that's not left enough. And my American friends would think it's too extreme left. So, but I can say left of center. You know what his response was? What he did? He put his hand on his heart and says, my heart too is located slightly left of center.
Thank you. It's 8:50 now. How long can we go on? Ask some questions from the floor. So the floor is now open, and we will ask questions. I will come to you, but if there are students, let's prioritize them. Are there some students here, research students, who would like to ask questions? Okay, let's start with you. Go ahead.
A very brief question, because I get a sense of alarm in one of the comments that you made about when you were responding to the balance between theory and empirics. You said that publishing applied work is getting increasingly difficult without some kind of experimental data. I mean, we are facing it every day, actually. Now, that makes me wonder, you are absolutely right on that, because, we have all experienced it, you cannot convince that you have used a good enough instrument to correct for endogeneity, for instance, I mean, whatever you do, it's not good enough for a good journal. Now, that makes me wonder that we can only use experimental, quasi-experimental data to establish some kind of a rigorous applied economic research, which brings me to my sense of alarm. Experiment data is very, very resource intensive. So, sitting in a developing country where, our bread and butter is being threatened by fund cuts and in public institutions, so which means that we, in the developing world, at least in India, in public institutions, will be out of race in terms of publishing. I'm asking you, as a long-time editor of Journal of Development Economics, would you see it as an alarming proposition?
talked about it. If anyone is interested, I and a few other people wrote an article in EPW some years back on the trends in development economics, partly on this issue. But I myself wrote a review article on 4 books. Of these now, 2 books, at that time not, this article came out in Boston Review in 2013. If you are interested, it's online free access. Boston Review, you write my name, 2013, you will get that article. It's a review article on 4 books, of which 2 books are written by Nobel Prize winners. One book is by Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, titled Poor Economics. And that's all about experimental. And the other book, which got the Nobel Prize last week, is by Asimoglu and Robinson, Why Nations Fail. And I'm critical of both. And I show my problems, and I partly deal with this question that you are raising in that article. So my general response will be there. But to be fair to the experimental people, let me tell you their side of the thing. They said the other non-experimental people, if they say all they are trying to establish is a correlation, then we have no objection. But as soon as you say you are proving causation, you have to be much more careful. Now to that, I should recommend, I'm not an econometrician like KLK here, but if you read Angus Deaton, Angus has written very solid article criticizing the experimental school. In fact, Angus is saying, yes, the other side is mainly showing correlation, but even those who think randomized control trial is the golden rule is really not that golden. So I think those who are interested, again, in the middle position, you should read Angus Deaton. I respect his views on this matter.
Sir, let me repeat. You are a maverick left. Let me repeat it. As a maverick left. Sir, I would like to ask your experiences with the historian, French economist Thomas Piketty. Your experiences with Thomas Piketty, the French economist, the historian economist.
Historian what?
Historian economist, Thomas Piketty.
Thomas Piketty, yes.
And your experience.
He's not a historian, he's an economist.
Economist, yes. Historic economist. Sir, another question is regarding your experience with the birth of political and economic weekly. I am reminded of, when you were talking, I am reminded of Taylor's nudge theory, where members is just like a blurb nudging.
I didn't quite understand the question.
So your members reminds me a nudge of Taylor's nudge. Nudge theory. Richard
Lance Taylor.
Richard Taylor's nudge theory.
If somebody can understand the question, could you rephrase to me? I didn't understand the question. If you have understood the question, could you repeat that?
Your memoir, your introduction to memoir reminds me Taylor's nudge theory. You are pushing to buy it.
I'm still not understanding.
It's a comment. He's saying that what you said reminded him of Taylor's nudge theory.
Oh, okay. I have no comment on that. I don't believe in nudge theory, but that's a different. The middle position that I was talking about is not just nudge.
Is it working? Yeah. Sir, I have a very small question. Like, over years, have you observed the nature of funding also affecting the research designs, especially in economics? Like, we as PhD students might have great ideas, but the nature of funding, especially in the developing countries like India, may restrict us. That does affect our prospects of publishing. So, what has been your observation over years?
This is somewhat related to the earlier question that we discussed. Yes, obviously, whenever you are doing some collecting your data, as I did for many years, collection process itself changes your method of finding the data. Let me give you a very crude example. So Ashok Rudra and I gone to a village, our whole team gone to a village. Suppose you want to know what is the latest harvesting wage rate in agriculture. That is simple enough. You are defining the task of harvesting and then say what is the daily wage rate. We found out that the answer to that question depends on where you are asking it. Usual household surveys, you go to a household and ask that question. But in Indian household surveys, you go to a household, the household person is answering your question, but the whole neighborhood is surrounding you. Everybody is surrounding you. Now this everybody, the list of everybody, includes some of the agents of the employer. And this worker, he will give you a different figure if he finds the landlord's people are around. So very soon, what we did, we asked the same question when the worker is alone in the field. Quite often in the fields, there are not that many people working in the landlord's field. And when you answer the same question, what was the harvesting wage rate? It will give you a different answer. So that is a crude example of data collection itself. Then we change our methods. But this arises even more serious cases when looking at the responses, you reshape your questionnaire. Because the standard household surveys, particularly on things like relations, are not well defined. So we have to adjust and adopt as you go along. But your last comment had related publishability, as I already mentioned, and this is part of specialization. Economics is much too specialized. So even when you do empirical work, it becomes narrowly specialized. But it's a kind of action-reaction. I think already the thinking is sinking in that we are going too far in that experimental direction. As a result, as already he mentioned, it's very expensive to do that. But they point out that it's less expensive in developing countries. The household, the survey wage rate is much lower than abroad. So doing surveys is cheaper in India than in the United States, but experimental data by nature is more expensive. And so publishing in major journals therefore becomes more resource intensive. As a result, you will see if you take out any of these major journals, the typical article now has 5, 6, 7 authors. They're pooling their resources from different departments So no longer, I have published many single author articles. It's very rare now. Most articles will have 5, 6, 7 authors. Sometimes even in natural sciences, 20 is a very standard number of authors. So that's one way, the resource problem they're trying to resolve, and that's also part of the way they are resolving the problem of publishability. This, by the way, natural scientists have faced this issue many years back. So natural science articles, many articles, not less than 20 authors.
I think we'll have a last question from you, and because almost 8:30, so.
So this is related to the methods of empirical analysis. You said that the trend is experimental randomized control trial and all, and there is a tendency to look at more causal relationship. Now, a new emerging trend is using in the empirical research, even in economics, is use of big data analysis, machine learning, natural language processing, etc. Now, here in these methods, the emphasis is not so much on causal analysis, but again, finding out a correlation. So do you think that we will go back to the correlation kind of analysis with a greater use of this new data that is going to emerge through machine learning and all these techniques?
Probably yes, but I think big data also allow you to customize. So if you use AI, AI may give you some ways of customizing the data. Just as, today, even commercially, you can order something customized to your tastes because the machine is allowing you that. Hopefully, the big data will allow you to make that changes. Now there, I'm told, just as in the commercial field, the Chinese have gone quite far in big data because for two advantages they have. One is that it's a huge country, and so big data is obviously coming. But India is also a large country. We are now the largest population in the world. But the Chinese also advantage is that they don't care for privacy, at least the officials. So, whereas the United States, there are lots of privacy laws that will be violated if you want to use big data in the way that you want to. But there, the big issue is big data, apart from the privacy issue, do they aggregate biases that are already in the data? Because the machine is not being able to discard the biases. Machine is aggregating the biases. So this is a problem, will be increasingly a problem. In fact, already people are finding that the AI is quite often racist because they are reflecting the racism in the big data embodied in the racism that is embodied in the big data. I'm sure there will come a way of kind of sifting through. But these are things that are happening, an area I know very little about, but these are issues that I read about that is coming up. I've never used big data myself, but this is the trend. I don't know where it will end up.
Thank you very much, Pranav. That was a wonderful conversation. Lots of enjoyable anecdote, but also we covered some serious issues. Thank you very much. With that.
Here we conclude the second day.